Chapter 3356. The Eternal Moon historical site was located in the mountains. It seemed that in the previous civilization, cultivation forces liked to build their headquarters in the mountains so that they could absorb the spiritual energy from the famous mountains. Originally, this historical site was buried deep underground, but in the past 100 years, earthquakes in the Earth's crust had become active, allowing many dusty historical sites to see the light of day. Now, it was finally this historical site's turn. Right now, only a corner of it was revealed, which happened to be the location of the mountain gate. From the outside, the road inside was very wide, allowing several large carriages to pass side by side. Ling Han arrived at the foot of the mountain gate. This was an arched gate forged from stone, with the 3 words Eternal Moon Sect written on top. He paused for a moment, then strode through the mountain gate. Ha! A strange feeling welled up in Ling Han's heart. It was as if after stepping through the mountain gates, he had entered into another dimension. He looked up the mountain again and couldn't help but be surprised, because the originally clear mountain top was now a blur, as if it was on the horizon. It was as if the distance had been magnified by hundreds or thousands of times. Formation? Ling Han nodded. If it wasn't for the protection of the formation, how could this historical site still be preserved so well after being buried underground for so many years? Looking at the surroundings, there were lush greenery everywhere. If it had been pressed down firmly, how could it have survived? He touched the purple pendant on his neck, thinking that with his understanding of formations, it shouldn't be difficult to break even a Grandmaster level formation. However, these elementary, intermediate, advanced, and Grandmaster level formations were all separated by the current formation masters. If it was in the previous civilization, it probably wouldn't be so distributed. Moreover, the upper limit of formation was much higher. Just from the Enlightenment level, there were at least 2 more levels, Mystery Seeking and Birth Dan. Maybe there were more levels in between, or maybe Birth Dan was not the end. Otherwise, why would Chen Fengyan always be in seclusion? He walked up the mountain, and as he climbed higher, his eyesight became more and more limited. He could only see about 100 feet in front of him. If this happened to an ordinary person, it wouldn't be a big deal. In any case, at this distance, one's vision would start to blur. However, for Ling Han, this was unacceptable. That was because if there was an elite suddenly charging over from 300 meters away, they would be able to instantly appear in front of him. Especially the engravement level, which could reach 3 times the speed of sound. How long would it take to cross 100 feet? About 0.3 seconds. Fortunately, there were only a few people in the engravement realm in Xianbei country. Just because Hong Tianbu had stepped into the engravement realm and a few more people from the Yao clan had appeared, they couldn't assume that engravement realm cultivators were commonplace. The mountain road was very long, and the trees on both sides were nothing special. After walking for about 20 minutes, the scenery on both sides of the mountain road finally changed. There were originally trees, but now there were many buildings. These buildings were all small bungalows. Some were made of stones, while others were made of wood. In the past, this might have been the residence of the Eternal Moon Sect's disciples, but those who lived here should be ordinary disciples. Ling Han was just thinking about whether or not he should go in and take a look when he saw 3 people walk out of a small single-story house. They all shook their heads, and when they saw Ling Han, they all revealed fierce looks. Other adventurers. Ling Han had no interest in starting a pointless battle, so he smiled at the 3 of them and continued walking forward. Forget it. These were all ordinary disciples' residences. There shouldn't be anything good. Furthermore, he was so late, the good things had probably already been picked up. After another 20 minutes, the number of buildings on both sides gradually decreased, but the quality had increased. There were 2- and 3-story buildings and courtyards. The residences of high-level disciples. His heart moved, and he carried Fat Cat away from the main road, walking towards these buildings. These buildings didn't have formations protecting them, so Ling Han easily jumped over the wall and entered. This was a 2-story building with a courtyard. However, this courtyard had long been abandoned, and even the pond had dried up. Ling Han walked around the house, and found that it was very messy. He didn't know if it had been like this in the past, or if it had just been ransacked after the reopening of the historical site. He shook his head, left the building, and went to look in the new buildings. Perhaps there were treasures that he had missed. He searched courtyard by courtyard, but didn't find anything. This was very normal. If he could find treasure so easily, that would be strange. After searching more than 20 courtyards, Even Ling Han was a little numb, but when he entered a new courtyard, he couldn't help but be surprised, because there was a person here. Hearing the commotion of Ling Han's entrance, the man turned around and looked at Ling Han. This was a man in his 30s, not bad-looking, medium-built, and from the way he dressed, he should come from a rich family. He also had that kind of pampered aura, which was difficult for ordinary people to have. Ling Han. The man actually recognized him. He moved his body slightly. "I'm really sorry, I came here first, you should go somewhere else." Hearing this, Ling Han knew that the man must have found something, otherwise he wouldn't be in such a hurry to chase him away. He smiled slightly and walked around. "You know me? Hee, first place in the big hunting competition. Who doesn't know?" The man also laughed, quietly moving his body, always using his body to block Ling Han's gaze. "This is a historical site, passed down from the ancients. No one has the right to it," Ling Han said. The man's expression changed, and said, "Ling Han, you want to fight with me? Historical sites are for treasures. There is no such thing as giving way to others. Besides, I don't know you." Ling Han laughed. The man took a deep breath and said, "Since that's the case, then I'll tell you, my name is Hong Taichun." Huh? Ling Han was slightly surprised. "What's your relationship with Hong Tianbu?" Hong Taichun revealed a proud expression. "Hong Tianbu is my cousin." Ling Han smiled and said, "If you were a descendant of Shen Yuan, maybe I would give you face, but the Hong family hee." He strode forward. Stop. Hong Taichun hurriedly shouted. He was at the 5 changes of blood transfusion, and his cultivation was higher than Ling Han's, but he knew that he was not Ling Han's match, so he hurriedly took out a talisman soldier to deter him. "Throw it." Ling Han laughed. Hong Taichun gritted his teeth, but kept the talisman soldier, and even moved his body to the side, saying, "There is a treasure tree here, but it is protected by a formation. If you break the formation by force, the treasure tree will be destroyed." After saying that, he leaped up and ran away just like that. When did the Hong family become so easy to talk to? Ling Han gave an "oh," and immediately realized that the other party was willing to confess to him because he didn't want him to destroy the treasure tree, and this Hong Taichun must have gone to get help. When the time comes, as long as he suppressed him, he would naturally be able to take back the treasure tree. He didn't pay attention to him, and instead looked towards the treasure tree. Comparing the information stored in the optical computer, Ling Han immediately recognized that this was the red hair fruit tree. Chapter 3357. The characteristic of the red hair fruit was very obvious. The fruit had long and thick hair, which made the fruit appear especially large, about the size of an adult's fist. However, after the hair was removed, the real fruit was only the size of a walnut. This was a treasure fruit that could increase one's mystic power. No wonder Hong Taichun was so anxious. He clearly could not break the formation, but he refused to leave. All right, let him try. Ling Han began to study the formation. This was not a killing formation, so he did not need to risk his life. However, the restriction could not be broken by force, or else the red hair fruit tree would be destroyed. He observed and probed. After half an hour he smiled. It was not difficult. He swung his hands and threw out 3 formation bases. Isolation formation. This could only take effect for 3 seconds, but it was enough for Ling Han. His hands moved like lightning. Pa. The fruits on the tree immediately decreased. There were only 7 left, and they all fell into Ling Han's hands in an instant. It was a great success. Ling Han smiled. This was the saying, a horse would not get fat without grass at night. If he consumed these 7 red hair fruits, he should not be far from the peak of 4 changes. Otherwise, he would need 3 to 4 months of bitter cultivation. The development value of these historical sites was too high. He had only been here for a short while, and he already had such a harvest. Ling Han searched the building again. After confirming that there was nothing good, he left. Time was precious now. Ling Han did not immediately refine the red hair fruits. Instead, he went to the next yard and continued his search. Unfortunately, his luck did not suddenly explode. This time, he had no harvest. Ling Han did not take it to heart. He believed that he would have more harvests. Wang! A sound came into his ears. Ling Han's first reaction was that someone had ambushed him. He hurriedly punched out. However, when he turned around, he found that there was no one behind him. Strange. Wang, the sound came again. This time, it was above Ling Han's head. Ling Han did not raise his head. Instead, he spread out his divine sense. Within the range of his divine sense, it was not much different from seeing it with his own eyes. He immediately saw that it was actually a mosquito, but it was incomparably large, comparable to a fist. However, because his divine sense could only sense, he could not draw out the mosquito's color. What a big fellow! This was an existence at the blood transformation realm. Ling Han could sense that this mosquito's blood chi was extremely majestic. Wang, this mosquito suddenly descended from the sky and attacked him, its long and sharp mouth stabbing toward his neck. Ling Han shook his head. He didn't even punch. Instead, a cold light flashed and the mosquito was pierced. Pooh! The flying sword pierced into a tree in the distance with the mosquito's corpse. With a thought from Ling Han, Xiao, the flying sword immediately flew back. Telekinesis was so useful. Although this mosquito couldn't withstand a single blow, Ling Han's heart rang an alarm bell. Since the first demonic beast had appeared, there might be a second, a third, or even more. Fortunately, the mosquitoes didn't move in groups. Otherwise, if hundreds or thousands of them charged at him, even Ling Han would have a headache and hide in the spirit-nurturing gourd. Unfortunately, although this mosquito was large, the liquid that flowed out was filled with a foul stench. Ling Han had no interest in eating its flesh, so he naturally didn't care about its corpse. He continued to search, and in the meantime, he encountered another demonic beast. It was a rat, but it was only at the illuminating pulse realm. He stabbed it to death with a finger. He searched, and at least 100 courtyards were searched, but he didn't find anything else. He searched another courtyard, and just as he came out, he saw two people walking toward him. One was Hong Taichen, and the other was Fong Ping. Ling Han. Fong Ping immediately snorted. Hong Taichen, on the other hand, revealed a happy expression and said, Ling Han, thank you. Thank me for what? Ling Han said lightly. Thank you for breaking the formation for me, Hong Taichen said very seriously. All right. Now hand over the red hair fruit. Fong Ping then added, and the gourd. Gourd? Hong Taichen was a bit confused. He had indeed seen a small gourd tied to Ling Han's waist, but was that also a treasure? Ling Han ignored Hong Taichen and only stared at Fong Ping. Do you still remember the last thing I said to you that day? Fong Ping snorted. Do I need to remember the words of a weakling like you? Ling Han didn't get angry. Instead, he said indifferently, I said that if you don't apologize to my maid, then the next time we meet, I'll kill you. Ha ha ha. Fong Ping laughed loudly. I'm a 5-bone expert, and you're just a second transformation. Ling Han slightly stirred his blood energy, and a faint golden aura immediately rose from his body. Fourth transformation. Fong Ping couldn't help but reveal a trace of shock. How long had it been? But Ling Han had actually advanced by another 2 minor realms. This kind of advancement speed was too inconceivable. Ling Han took out his broken sword and said, Today, I'm here to collect the debt you owe me. What a joke. So what if you've reached the 4th transformation? Fong Ping said coldly. I'm a 5-bone expert. Not only am I 1 major realm higher than you, but there are even 5 minor realms. How can you compare to me? Xiao, Ling Han charged out, his blood energy surging at the first instant. He wanted to end the battle quickly and destroy Fong Ping with the force of a thunderbolt. Shua, the sword slashed out. The sword chi was simple and unadorned, but its power was frighteningly powerful. Fong Ping hurriedly drew his sword and parried Ling Han's attack. He was very conceited, and his blood energy did not surge. No matter how he looked at it, Ling Han couldn't possibly be a match for him. There was no need for him to use such a powerful move. Boom! The sword chi collided, creating a terrifying shockwave. It also kicked up a cloud of dust, greatly affecting one's vision. Fong Ping, however, was confident of his victory. After exchanging blows with Ling Han, he discovered that Ling Han's power had not even reached half of his, and this was under the condition that his blood energy had not surged. Power was the most important factor in battle prowess. If he had the overwhelming advantage in terms of power, then what other tricks could Ling Han play? Dang! He said coldly. His sword slashed out, entwined with high-level energy. He wanted to kill Ling Han in one blow. Previously in the imperial capital, he had no choice but to have some misgivings. At most, He would forcefully snatch the essence nurturing gourd and then beat up Ling Han. Otherwise, even Hong Tianbu would not be able to protect him. But it was different now. This was an ancient site, and fighting for treasures in an ancient site, so what if someone died? You're the one who's going to die, Ling Han said coldly. He punched out with his thunderlight fist. Xiao xiao xiao. The power of his punches were like falling meteors, crazily pouring towards Fang Fangping. This speed was too fast, and Fang Fangping could only defend with all his strength. Otherwise, if he was hit, even he would be heavily injured. Fuck, how could there be such a fast fist technique? He cursed in his heart. Chapter 3358. Fang Fangping was shocked. A fourth blood transformation actually had such battle prowess, suppressing him, a 5 bones expert, to the point that he couldn't fight back. It was as if he had seen another Hong Tianbu. No, I will not allow that to happen. In that case, he would be the one to end Ling Han's life, and cause this so-called second in the Hong Tian steps to die prematurely. With a loud roar, his blood chi finally boiled. Instantly, his strength rose to a terrifying level. Die! He used his secret force to protect himself and charged straight at Ling Han. His current strength was at least 4 times that of Ling Han, so as long as he used his secret force to protect himself, he could completely let Ling Han bombard him. In any case, it was impossible for Ling Han to break through his defense. As for him, as long as he was able to land a punch, he would be able to guarantee that not a single bone in Ling Han's body would be left intact under the pressure of over 100 million kilograms of force. Ling Han hurriedly dodged. Right now, Fang Jiaping was like an ancient barbaric bull, invulnerable to swords and spears, yet possessing boundless strength. If Ling Han was hit by him, he would only be crushed. Ha 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 ha. Where can you run to? Fang Fangping laughed strangely. He would soon be able to kill a super monster with his own hands. That gave him a perverted sense of joy. Kill him. Kill him quickly. Hong Taichen also chimed in. He was eager to get the red hair fruit. Treasured fruits like these that were nurtured by the heavens and the earth could not only increase one's cultivation, but they could also increase one's level of life. Thus, if he ate a few more of them, he might even be able to rush to the ultimate bone realm in one go. Going from the 5 changes of blood transformation to the extreme bone realm was a huge leap. Not only would his strength skyrocket, but his status would also rise along with it. He could not be mentioned in the same breath as before. Ling Han had been patiently waiting. After dodging a dozen or so moves, he suddenly counterattacked. Demon Monkey Fist, 30 stacks of strength, high-frequency attack. He unleashed his ultimate move in an instant. His fist was wrapped in golden light, and an ancient demon monkey also appeared. It bared its fangs as if it could break through the heavens and trample on the netherworld. It was indescribably terrifying. What? Fang Ping was shocked. Had this punch really come from the 5th transformation? Why does it feel like the sky is falling and the earth is cracking? Boom, the punch landed, and Fang Jiaping's sword chi immediately collapsed. Even though he had more than 4 times the strength, it was still not enough in the face of this attack. If it was anyone else, if they were only in the blood transformation realm, then that punch would have been enough to turn them into a rain of blood. But Fang Fangping had 5 bones, and had 4 times the strength advantage. That punch could only make him stumble. Haha, I have to admit that your ultimate move really is powerful. But that's all you can do, laughed Fang Fangping. But before he could stop smiling, he was suddenly filled with shock. Pu. His body trembled violently, and fresh blood dripped down. Ma Fangping was at a loss. He knew that his back had been attacked. A sharp weapon had pierced his heart and lungs, causing his life force to rapidly leak out. But Ling Han was clearly in front of him. How could he attack from behind? Could it be Hong Taichen? However, firstly, it was impossible for Hong Taichen to attack him. Secondly, with his tiny bit of strength, how could he possibly cause such great harm to him? Why? Pooh. He looked at Ling Han, his face filled with confusion. He wanted to ask, but before he could finish, he spat out a mouthful of blood. If not for the fact that he was in the ultimate bone realm and had a strong life force, he would have long since died from such a heavy injury. Ling Han smiled calmly. You want to ask, how did I injure you? With a thought, Pu. 3 small swords flew out from Fang Fangping's chest. Ma Fangping's expression changed. So, you can actually turn your mental energy into something tangible. Using mental energy to communicate with high-level energy was something that could basically be done as long as one had control over a spirit diagram. But to be able to turn mental energy into something tangible, he knew that there was only one person who could do it. Hong Tian stepped, so, your death was not unjust, Ling Han said lightly. He stared at Ma Fongping. I said that if you didn't apologize that day, I would kill you. Ma Fongping revealed a tragic smile. At that time, Ling Han's warning had seemed like a joke to him. However, he had never imagined that it would actually lead to his death. Don't be too pleased. In front of the young master, you are just trash, he said hatefully. The young master will definitely take revenge for me. He will definitely. Pung, he fell head first onto the ground. Fresh blood gushed out, instantly forming a pool of blood on the ground. Ling Han stared at Ma Fongping's corpse for a few seconds before looking away. The person was dead, and the enmity was extinguished. He turned his head and looked at Hong Taichen. Hong Taichen could not help but shudder, a chill rising from the bottom of his heart. The person in front of him was decisive in killing. Ma Fongping was a 5-bone expert, but the other party had killed him without hesitation. While he was only at the 5 changes, his strength was so weak that it could not be measured by reason. Spare me. He knelt on the ground. Although he still had a seal soldier on him, he had no intention of throwing it out. Because this seal soldier could only display the battle strength of 1 bone. It was not even enough to fill the gaps between Ling Han's teeth. Puh! Ling Han punched out, causing Hong Taichen to explode. If there were no survivors, who could prove that he was the one who did it? So what if Hong Tianbu guessed that he was the one who did it? Without evidence, Hong Tianbu would not dare to openly attack him. Ling Han needed time. He took off Hong and Fong's optical computers and broke them, destroying the memory crystals within. Then, even if the 2 of them turned on the video recording, it would be useless. There was no way to connect to the internet here, so destroying the optical computers would completely destroy the evidence. Ling Han leapt up and quietly left. Goo! Perverted Pig looked at him, his eyes actually revealing the meaning of, this brat is quite vicious and merciless. If you keep looking, I'll kill you, laughed Ling Han. Perverted Pig revealed a disdainful expression. Although this Grandpa Pig's battle strength was only 5, his defense was boundless. After 2 days, Ling Han did not know how many courtyards he had searched. If he continued upwards, a huge forest garden appeared in front of him. From the outside, he could see that there were many fruit trees and strange plants inside, but most of the areas were abandoned and overgrown with weeds. Was this the Eternal Moon Sect's medicinal garden? Ling Han wanted to climb over the wall and enter, but he found that this medicinal garden was under the protection of a formation, forcefully blocking him back. Dig the ground. Ling Han tried, but found that the protective area of the formation also included the ground. It was like an eggshell, covering the entire medicinal garden from the ground to the sky. How could he enter? Of course, Ling Han would not give up, so he walked around the wall. If it was during the time when the Eternal Moon Sect was ruling, then Ling Han definitely would not have thought of getting lucky. But after so many years, the formation would definitely be damaged, especially after it was buried deep underground. One had to know, what was the essence of a formation? It could attract the power of heaven and earth. Large-scale formations not only had great requirements for the formation base, but also the placement of the formation base. Now that this Eternal Moon Sect had been buried underground for so many years, even if it came out again, could its power still be maintained? Chapter 3360. Although Yue had seen Ling Han once, how could he care about Ling Han, who had only been at the opening Meridian realm at that time? Furthermore, he had not come to see Ling Han, so naturally he would not care about a passerby. But he was at the ultimate bone realm, and his memory was better than most people. He felt that Ling Han seemed familiar. Ling Han smiled slightly and said, City Lord Yu, long time no see. Hearing Ling Han say this, Yue was even more certain that he had seen Ling Han before. But Ling Han did not explain it clearly, so he could not remember. Whatever, maybe he was just a junior of some family who had followed an elder to greet him, so he did not have any impression of him. Yue was immediately displeased, because Ling Han's tone was like someone of the same generation was greeting someone of the same generation. This was not the attitude a junior should have. Very rude. You dare speak to my father like that? Yu Shan immediately shouted. Stand down, Yue said lightly. With so many people watching, he did not want to lower himself to the level of a junior. Yes, father. Yushan hurriedly retreated. Shan did not do anything wrong. Why are you blaming him? Hu Yueme was unhappy. She doted on her son, and naturally could not bear to see Yue reprimand him. This kind of unruly brat should be taught a lesson. Yue was a bit embarrassed. He was indeed a bit afraid of his wife, but being scolded by her in front of so many people, he became angry out of humiliation. Ling Han did not pay any attention to him. With a shake of his right hand, 3 formation bases were thrown out, instantly blocking the momentum of the world. With a flick of his right hand, he tossed the fat pig away. The pig let out a pitiful cry. It had already flown through the gap in the wall and entered the medicine garden. Everyone was first startled, and then their eyes immediately became fiery. The formation had been broken. Without the slightest hesitation, Ling Han leaped into the medicine garden. This absolute obstruction formation would not last for long. Once he confirmed that the passage was open and it was safe, he would naturally enter immediately. In any case, he had prepared many formation bases for the absolute obstruction formation. Those with quick reflexes had already jumped in. Yu Yi's reaction was also very fast. Shwa, he first threw his 3 sons in, then held Hu Yueme's hand and jumped in. He had 5 bones. Who could compete with him? The people in front of him were immediately sent flying by him. Ling Han took a look and said leisurely, "If you don't want to die, the people behind you shouldn't come in." No one paid him any attention. This was a medicinal garden, and its value was astonishing. Who didn't want to get involved? That's right. The people at the back shouldn't come in, Yushan sneered. The more people that came in, the more people would fight over it. Whoever dares enter again will be killed without mercy, shouted Yudong. But the people outside were still squeezing in. Yue was an extreme bone realm warrior. So what could these 3 people do? Ling Han shook his head. He didn't want others to come in because he wanted to monopolize this place. It was because he saw that the array base of the isolation array was about to be destroyed. Ah! Someone screamed. Just as half of his body had charged in, he was suddenly sliced in half. Pang, the people behind him couldn't stop in time, and were all sent flying back. But luckily, they were only sent flying back, and not injured. The isolation array had already been destroyed, and the large array had been restored. That unlucky person had just happened to be halfway through, so naturally he could only be sliced in half. Everyone looked at Ling Han. Only now did they understand what Ling Han meant. It wasn't that Ling Han was stingy, but that this was too dangerous. So little friend is also a formation master. Yue revealed a smile, appearing extremely courteous. There were formations everywhere in the ancient ruins. Thus, if there was a formation master joining them, it would greatly increase the chances of obtaining treasures. Furthermore, when they left, they would also have to rely on Ling Han. Come with me. If there are any treasures, you won't be left out, he said. Hurry up and thank my father, Yu Hai hurriedly said. My father is an extreme bone realm warrior, the #1 expert in Jining City. With him protecting you, you'll definitely be safe here. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, Then I really should thank City Lord Yuve. Of course, hurry up and kowtow, Yushan said. He was extremely unhappy with Ling Han. Previously, he had been scolded by Yue because of Ling Han. Now that this brat had actually climbed up to his father, he naturally had to make his presence known. You have to know that this is my father. If I tell you to kowtow, you have to kowtow. Ling Han shook his head. Although there were no lack of spoiled brats in the capital, they weren't as overbearing as people like Yu Dong and Yu Shan. He smiled. My bones are a bit hard, and I can't kneel down, so I can only decline City Lord Yu's kind intentions. He emphasized the word kind intentions, naturally denying that this was really his good intentions. Humph, don't be unappreciative, Yu Dong immediately shouted. My father is the City Lord of Jining City, and is even more so an extreme bone realm warrior. You actually dare to refuse my father's kind intentions? Aren't you a bit too arrogant? Don't think that just because you're a formation master that you can look down on everyone, Yu Hai followed. I advise you to reconsider, Yushan said in a strange tone. Ling Han couldn't help but shake his head. These spoiled brats were fine in Jining City, since no one dared to provoke them. But if they were so arrogant outside of Jining City, wouldn't that just bring shame to Yue? But thinking about it again, only those at the engravement realm could defeat Yue, and there were only a few such experts in Xianbei country. No wonder these three didn't hold back. City Lord Yu. Ling Han looked towards Yue. Yue looked at Ling Han and suddenly remembered. You're that friend of Ruoxian's? When he had first seen Ling Han, he had actually been filled with suspicion. That was because Ling Han was only at the opening pull stage, and naturally couldn't have charged out of Hidden Tiger City by himself. He must have been brought out by Feng Ruoxian. He had always thought that Ling Han was a pretty boy who had been infatuated with Feng Ruoxian, which was why he hadn't given up even in such a dangerous situation. He had also found it strange. Hadn't Feng Zixing always wanted to marry his daughter into the imperial family? But now he knew that Ling Han was a formation master, and his attainments weren't shallow either. That was why Feng Ruoxian valued him so highly. Little friend, although you're a formation master and have a high status, danger is everywhere in these ancient ruins. Demonic beasts won't care whether you're a formation master or not. Yue smiled. So you should come with me. Since he knew that Ling Han was a formation master, he naturally couldn't let Ling Han leave. This ancient ruins hadn't been developed yet, and with the help of a formation master, it would reduce a lot of danger. They would also be able to enter some places that they originally couldn't enter. He had already made up his mind that if Ling Han rejected him again, he would use forceful methods to force Ling Han to comply. Ling Han sighed. See, he was already being very courteous. Why was it that there were always people who didn't know what was good for them? Yue, you're going too far. Chapter 3361. A Beautiful Romance. Yue, you've gone too far. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone was dumbfounded. Who was Yue? Jining City's city lord, a five-bone expert. How could a minor figure like you call him by his name? You were just courting death. Impudent. Impudent. Yushan immediately shouted. Hu Yuemei disdainfully said. Old you look, what is this thing? How uncultured. You think you're amazing just because you're a formation master? Yu Hai jumped out. He had already learned from Yue that Ling Han was only at the Meridian Opening Realm, so he naturally wasn't afraid. Hurry up and kneel down and apologize. Yushan also jumped out. It was rare for his opponent to be only at the Meridian Opening Realm, so he naturally had to take this chance to show off. He directly punched at Ling Han. Ling Han stretched out his hand, and Yushan's wrist was caught. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Yushan immediately cried out. Little brute, let go. Hu Yuemei immediately cried out, her heart aching for her son. Ling Han naturally wouldn't listen. His anger had already risen. This really was a case of a kind person being bullied. If he had displayed the power of the blood transformation realm or even the ultimate bone realm from the start, would these three brothers still dare yell at him? Since he had already attacked, he didn't plan on showing mercy. Let go. Ling Han snorted. I'm a high-rank formation master, and a puny meridian opening cultivator dares to attack me? That's disgraceful, and according to the law, he should die. Nonsense, if a little brute like you could be a high-rank formation master, then I'd be the current emperor. Hu Yuemei didn't hold back her words. Don't think that just because you broke a formation you can pass as a high-rank formation master. You were just lucky, and the formation hasn't even been broken yet. Ling Han ignored him, and merely exerted a slight pressure on his fingers. Ah! Yushan cried out once more. Let go of me! Yu Hai roared as he punched out. Ling Han lightly stretched out his hand, and Yu Hai's wrist also fell into his palm. Ah! Yu Hai was also screaming in pain, his voice echoing Yushan's. It was as if they were singing a duet. Motherfucker! Yu Dong couldn't sit still anymore. His two brothers had made a fool of themselves in front of so many people. He couldn't keep his face any longer. He jumped up and rushed towards Ling Han. He was at the blood transformation realm. Compared to his two brothers, there was a heaven and earth difference. Hong, he sent a heavy kick straight at Ling Han's head. A cold glint flashed in Ling Han's eyes, and he too lashed out with a kick in Yu Dong's direction. Not good. Yue exclaimed. He wanted to act but it was already too late. Pei Han's kick arrived first and landed on Yu Dong's calf. The crisp sound of bone breaking could be heard as Yu Dong's left calf bent into a frightening angle. Yu Dong fell to the ground and screamed as he held his broken leg. It was painful, It was so painful that it pierced into the bone and pierced into the heart. Ling Han's hand shook, throwing Yushan and Yu Hai away. Then he said indifferently, "Do you want to die? Fine, I'll help you." Bastard, little bastard. Hu Yuemei's tears were about to flow. All three of her sons had been injured by this little bastard in front of her, causing her to hate Ling Han to the bone. She also rushed out. Hong, her blood and qi surged as she sent a palm strike at Ling Han. She had been the daughter of a rich family, and Yu Yi had only married her because of her family's power. As a result, even though Yu Yi's strength had grown and his position had grown higher and higher, he had still been a bit afraid of her. She was used to being a local tyrant, and now someone dared to bully her sons in front of her, and three at once. How could she endure this? Go die. Hong, a palm strike with shocking momentum. She was at the 5th transformation, and had reached this realm 20 years ago. But she had never been able to break through to the ultimate bone realm. But her battle ability was much stronger than an ordinary 5th transformation. Ling Han glanced at Yu Yi. The latter had no intention of stopping him. His killing intent surged, and he suddenly punched out. Pang! Hu Yuemei was instantly sent flying. She hurriedly climbed up, and wanted to continue rushing forward. But she only felt an intense pain in her chest. Looking down, she was shocked to the core. There was a hole in her chest, and she could clearly see the scene behind her. Me. Pa! Before she could finish her thought, her entire body went limp, and she collapsed onto the ground, no longer breathing. Everyone was shocked. First, it was Ling Han's strength. Second, it was his guts. He actually dared to kill someone in front of Yu Yi. Mother! Yu Dong and his brothers all exclaimed. They had never imagined that in just this instant, their protective mother would die. Hong, a terrifying aura spread out from Yu Yi's body. His expression was incredibly strange, and it kept changing. Seeing his own wife killed on the spot, he actually had mixed feelings for a moment. He was a bit sad. After all, this was his wife. But he was also a bit happy and glad. Because Hu Yuemei was extremely jealous, she had never allowed him to take a concubine. Now that this fierce woman was dead, who could stop him from finding young beauties? Of course, his wife had been killed in front of everyone, and in front of him. He definitely had to kill Ling Han. Otherwise, would he still have the face to see others in the future? You have guts, Yu Yi said darkly, but his gaze towards Ling Han was filled with suspicion. He could be sure that when he had first seen Ling Han, he had definitely been at the opening pulse realm. But now, not even half a year had passed. How did he have the strength to kill Hu Yuemei? Although this fierce woman was also only at the 5 changes, she had stayed at this level for many years. Her battle ability was far stronger than ordinary 5 changes. Could it be that this kid was at the extreme bone realm? Impossible. He had crossed 2 levels in such a short amount of time. Even that sky-suppressing genius of the imperial capital was not so exaggerated. It was precisely because he had such misgivings that he did not immediately act. Ling Han said indifferently, "City Lord Yu, your family has repeatedly insulted and bullied me. Am I not allowed to retaliate? You dare to kill someone in front of me. You must pay with blood." Yu Yi took a deep breath and took out a rusty dagger. There were some strange patterns on it, but it had already been worn down. This was an artifact. It showed how much importance Yu Yi placed on Ling Han. He had directly taken out his most powerful killing weapon. There was no way around it. He had just used blood chi boil and lacked an explosive method in a short period of time. Ling Han shrugged and said, "Since that's the case, then bring it on." Yu Yi's right hand shook, and the patterns on the dagger instantly lit up. Boom! This dagger emitted a terrifying baleful aura, as if a vicious beast had suddenly awakened. Shua! He waved the dagger. Instantly, a ray of dagger chi slashed towards Ling Han. Ling Han raised his fist and punched out. Pang! This ray of dagger chi instantly crumbled. But under the push of the enormous force, he still slid back quite a distance. The difference in power was a sore point, and it was completely exposed in a direct confrontation. One bone. Yu Yi frowned and then shook his head. Ling Han's power should not have reached one bone yet, but it had far surpassed the 5 changes. It was truly strange. Chapter 3362. No matter how strange and shocked Yu Yi was, there was no way for him to stop now. The enmity of killing his wife was absolutely irreconcilable. No matter how much he hated this wife of his, and even had the thought of hiring someone to kill her, she had been killed in front of him, in front of so many people. This was unacceptable. If he did not take revenge for this, how could he still be the city lord of Jining City? He could not even protect his own wife. How could he hope to protect a large city? He leapt out, brandishing his blade towards Ling Han. He had an absolute advantage in terms of strength, and with his rich battle experience, he naturally wanted to maximize this advantage. Ling Han smiled faintly. Did you think that just because you were strong you would definitely win? Come, try out the lightning light fist. His figure leapt backwards, and then he began to brandish his fists. Pang 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 pang. Instantly, the sky was filled with fist imprints. Because they had broken through the speed of sound, they had materialized and shot towards Yue. Fuck. Yue could not help but grit his teeth. This was too terrifying. He hurriedly brandished his blade to defend himself. Pu, pu, the blade chi swept past, and the fist imprints were disintegrated. In terms of strength, he indeed had the absolute advantage, but Ling Han's attack speed was fast enough. It was so fast that if he destroyed one fist imprint, he could send out 2 or even 3 more. Even Yue could not withstand this, and had no choice but to retreat. Everyone's jaws dropped. What was this situation? Ling Han casually swung out a fist, striking towards Yudong. How fast was the lightning light fist? Pooh! Yudong immediately exploded, transforming into a rain of blood. Yue immediately let out a howl like a wounded wolf. His wife had died, but he was not moved at all. In any case, he had no feelings, only hatred. But his sons were his flesh and blood, and were definitely his own. The reason why his 3 sons had developed such an arrogant habit was actually because of his pampering. When Hu Yuemei had died, he had not been angry, nor had he exploded. But now that his son had died, he was finally angry, and exploded. Little beast, die for me. He brandished his blade, bringing with him endless killing intent. Ling Han snorted and threw another punch at Yushan. No! Yue hurriedly changed his position and leapt towards Yushan. Compared to killing Ling Han for revenge, protecting Yushan's life was more important. However, how could his speed compare to the lightning fist? Pang! Yushan also turned into a rain of blood. Yue's entire body trembled. He wanted to kill Ling Han. Ling Han smiled faintly and looked at Yu Hai. Being stared at by him, Yu Hai couldn't help but shiver. He felt his legs go soft and he almost couldn't stand. His legs gave way, and he knelt down. Don't kill me, I beg you, don't kill me. He began to cry in front of everyone. Although his father, who was at the level of 5 bones, was present, Yu Hai did not feel safe at all. Did he not see how Yudong and Yushan died? And his mother too. This isn't a human. It's a demon. Yue was so angry that he almost killed Yu Hai with his own hands, but when he remembered that this was his last son, he forcefully suppressed his killing intent. His son's cowardly behavior caused him to be both angry and furious, and he lost all face. And the main culprit was naturally Ling Han. It was just that he was afraid that Ling Han would kill Yu Hai, so he completely didn't dare to take the initiative to attack. Ling Han smiled faintly, and with a leap, he charged towards Yue. He didn't have so much time to waste with his opponent. There were still many treasured fruits here waiting for him to pluck. Demon Monkey Fist, Frequency Attack, 30-fold Strength. Ling Han used his strongest battle prowess. He wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. You're courting death. Yue laughed coldly. He didn't dare to take the initiative to attack because he was afraid that Ling Han would kill Yu Hai. But now that Ling Han had charged over, his worries were naturally resolved. Shua. He waved his blade and slashed over. Ling Han's blood chi boiled. Hong, a faint golden aura emanated from his body, and his power instantly increased explosively. What? 4 transformations? Yue was shocked. With Ling Han's blood chi boiling, his aura had leaked out, and naturally he could no longer hide his cultivation level. But it was precisely because of this that Yue was so shocked that his eyeballs almost popped out. A mere 4 transformations was actually able to contend against him? So what if I'm at 4 transformations? Ling Han smiled. He drew out stone energy and wrapped it around his fists clashing with the short blade. Pang 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 pang. After more than 10 punches, Yue could only feel his hands trembling, as if he couldn't hold his blade steadily. How was this possible? He had 5 bones. 5 bones, and in a head-on clash, he was actually weaker than a 4 transformation cultivator. He couldn't help but think of that heaven-suppressing monster in the imperial capital. It was said that that person was so strong that he defied the heavens, and even though he had crossed a major realm, he could still crush all opponents. He had only heard of that monster, but the young man in front of him who was currently facing him had actually displayed such a terrifying battle strength. So it turned out that there really were geniuses in this world. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Why didn't he tell his 3 sons to restrain themselves and not be so arrogant? Otherwise, they wouldn't have offended Ling Han, and 2 of them wouldn't have died. He also blamed himself for being greedy, wanting to make use of the other party's ability just because he saw that the other party was a formation master, and ended up becoming enemies. However, there was no medicine for regret. The only thing he could do now was to kill Ling Han, and take revenge for his wife and sons. Ling Han exploded with power, his left hand drawing out stone energy to focus on defense, while his right hand drew out metal energy to strengthen his attacks. Under this crazy bombardment, Xueqi was instantly unable to withstand it. Why was high-level energy called high-level? It was because it was extremely powerful, and its level far surpassed that of secret power. If one wanted to use secret power to contend against high-level energy, then one needed to have strength that was many times greater. Xueqi was indeed stronger than Ling Han, but after Ling Han's blood qi erupted, how much of an advantage did he have? It was only about double. Under the 30 layers of power of the demon monkey fist, Xueqi was already having a hard time, not to mention the high-frequency attacks and high-level energy. Pang! The dagger in Xueqi's hand flew out, and Ling Han's fist also heavily smashed over, directly attacking his face. He barely managed to block with his hands in front of his body, but only felt a sharp pain coming from his bones. They were definitely broken. At this moment, Xueqi no longer had any hope of getting lucky. This young man was a monster like Hong Tianbu. He could be invincible against those who were a level higher than him. He leapt up, wanting to grab his last son and escape. Humph! Ling Han laughed coldly, switching to flowing light fist. Pong, pong, pong. Countless fist shadows exploded, carrying with them golden energy, bombarding towards Xueqi. This kind of attack, even if Xueqi defended with all his strength, he would not be able to completely dispel it. How could he dodge it now? He was instantly hit, and was bombarded by a few punches. The high-level energy easily tore through his defense, dealing a heavy blow to him. Pong! Xueqi fell to the ground. There were many fractures on his body, and he was dripping with blood. He no longer had any of the prestige of a 5-bone elite. Everyone was shocked speechless. A 4-bone elite had defeated a 5-bone elite. Who could believe it? Ling Han looked towards Xueqi, the other's eyes rolled back, and he fainted from shock. Chapter 3364. After settling the pig with food, Ling Han continued to use it as a pathfinder to understand the changes in the formation. He was so focused that he forgot the passage of time. It was only when the pig protested that he realized the sky was already dark. After eating, the perverted pig refused to accept such inhumane treatment again. He lay down and slept soundly. Ling Han was tired after using his brain for a whole day, so he entered the gourd to rest. The next morning, he finished his cultivation and continued to let the pig test the formation. 2 days, 3 days, 4 days passed, and no one else entered. Or perhaps someone had already entered, but had yet to arrive at his location. Just like that, Ling Han pondered over the formation every day. Though he still couldn't decipher it, he had a feeling that his grasp of formations had improved slightly. Another 2 days passed, and Ling Han finally had an idea. He strode forward, his feet treading a strange path, and his hands threw out an absolute obstruction formation. This array formation was too powerful. An isolation array could only slow down the array formation for half a second. Fortunately, he was stepping on the gaps in the array formation. He only needed this half a second to pass through the place where there were no gaps. Half a minute later, he finally arrived in front of the door. He pushed open the door and entered. Inside was a courtyard with a huge shelf covered in vines. Hanging down from the shelf were 7 gourds of different colors. Gourds again. Ling Han bared his teeth. Could it be that they were going to give him 7 more vitality-nurturing gourds? He hoped to obtain a high-grade treasure fruit that could allow his life level to soar. Gourds again? Why did he have a conflict with the gourds? Could the gourds be eaten? Ling Han scratched his head and threw the pig out. Fortunately, There was no formation in the courtyard, so it was safe. He walked over to the shelf and looked up at the 7 gourds. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, green, purple. The 7 colors were very eye-catching. Moreover, there was no wind, but the 7 gourds were gently moving. It was very strange. Why do I always encounter strange things? Ling Han murmured. The pig also looked at the gourds with a hint of surprise in its eyes. Pluck them and see, Ling Han murmured. No. Let's wait a few more days. Several voices suddenly barged into Ling Han's sea of consciousness at the same time. Although it was only 2 sentences, it felt like 5 or 6 people were speaking at the same time. Ling Han was surprised. This was divine sense transmission, which could only be used when one's psyche power had reached a certain level. Is there a psychic master here? Ling Han looked around but didn't see anyone. Strange, although psyche power was invisible and could pass through walls, there was a protective array here, so psyche power should not be able to pass through. Therefore, the person who spoke must be in the courtyard. The problem was, other than him, there was only one pig. Pervert is talking to him. Obviously it was impossible. If it could communicate with telekinesis, this pig would have done it long ago. It would not have dragged on until now. Moreover, the perverted pig would not say such brainless words. Wait a minute. He was just muttering that he was going to pluck the gourd, and that was why he replied like that. He thought for a moment and muttered to himself, "Who's talking to me? Forget it. I don't care anymore. I'll take the gourd first. We can't pick them. We still need a few more days before they ripen. You'll hurt us." Another 2 sentences sounded in Ling Han's mind, but it felt like several people were speaking at the same time. Ling Han was surprised. Damn, it was the gourd talking to him. What the hell, or did it become a spirit? The treasured fruit of heaven and earth could absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, which could greatly improve one's life level. However, he had never heard that the treasured fruit could have its own intelligence and communicate its thoughts. This was really strange. Ling Han thought for a moment and decided to wait for a few days. He did not waste any time. He took out the red hair fruit, ate it, and refined it. Boom, the medicinal power circulated in his body, surging, and improving his life level. The Monkey King's method was indeed a top-notch method. The efficiency of absorbing and refining the medicinal power was so high that it only took him a little more than 2 hours to finish refining a red hair fruit. A smile appeared on Ling Han's face. If this continued, he would be able to advance to the peak of 4 changes after refining all the red hair fruits. Cool. He ate the fruits one by one. Perverted pig also wanted to take a bite, but it was thrown far away by Ling Han. It was so angry that it could not stop snorting. Stingy, too stingy. Weren't they just a few low-level treasured fruits? Uft, how could they be called treasured fruits? A day passed, and Ling Han had already refined all the red hair fruits. He was only a step away from the peak of 4 changes. In the morning, he cultivated when the sun was just rising. However, after only 10 minutes, he found that he had reached a bottleneck and could no longer improve his strength. The peak of 4 changes. He was not in a hurry to break through to 5 changes. Although he wanted to improve his cultivation level, he could not blindly improve his cultivation level just for the sake of it. He needed to strengthen his foundation first. The best way was to fight, but there was no opponent here. Ling Han could only use his telekinesis to check if there were any imperfections in his body. On the other hand, he was still improving his physical skills. It was not like his secret power, which could be improved by a few treasured fruits. Even the purplish-yellow honey could only speed up his cultivation level, but it could not be improved overnight. Days passed, and soon, another 3 days had passed. Ling Han raised his head. He saw that the red gourd was trembling violently, as if it would fall off the vine at any moment. A gentleman would not stand on a collapsing wall. He decisively moved a few steps away to prevent the gourd from falling and smashing his head. This was not an unnecessary move. After a while, sure enough, the red gourd broke away from the vine and fell to the ground under the influence of gravity. This was considered cooked. How should he eat it? Braised or steamed? Right under Ling Han's gaze, the red gourd suddenly split into 2 halves. Teske, it was so cooked that it had split open on its own. Father! A clear and melodious voice rang out. He saw that a little child had actually climbed out of the gourd. Ling Han was stunned. Although he had many children, he definitely did not have this. He glanced at it. Oh, it was a little girl. Seeing that Ling Han did not reply, the little girl tilted her head and mumbled, "There's no reaction when I call you father. Could it be that mother is acting strange? Could it be that I saw wrongly? Forget it, who asked us to be involved?" Fuck. This little girl was too mature. She had just been born, and she already said such things. "Mother," the little girl said again in a melodious voice. Ling Han wiped his cold sweat and said, "I'm a man." "That's right." The little girl clapped her hands, looking as if she had known this would be the case. She ran over with her little legs wide open, opened her arms and said, "Father, I want a hug." Happy to be a father, Ling Han sighed, picked up the little girl, and said, "I'm not your father." The little girl revealed a shocked expression. "You still want to be a mother? Fuck, why are you so fixated on this matter?" Ling Han sighed and said, "Just call me uncle." Chapter 3365. Father. The little girl was very insistent. Ling Han sighed. Forget it. It was just a form of address. There was no need to be so calculative. "What are you, Calabash brothers?" he complained. Father, how did you know?" The little girl tilted her head and looked at Ling Han with a look that said, "You're so smart. What else could it be other than Calabash brothers that popped out of the calabash?" Ling Han looked at the other 6 calabashes and couldn't help but grimace. Were they all like this? Did they all have to call him father? However, this little girl was chubby and full of life. She was really adorable. "Are they all your younger brothers and sisters?" he asked. Someone had spoken to him through divine sense, and there was more than one voice. "Father, you're so smart," the little girl praised. Great. He was being praised by a little girl. Ling Han looked at the little girl and asked, "Do you have a name?" These Calabash brothers were not even born yet, but they could already communicate with him through telekinesis. How powerful would they be when they grew up? They were indeed treasured fruits raised by the heavens. However, this was the first time he had heard of people growing out of treasured fruits. "Yes, I'm eldest brother," the little girl said in a childish voice. Ling Han couldn't help but sweat. "Then will it be second brother, third brother, fourth brother, all the way to seventh brother?" Father, you're so smart. No wonder you can be our father." Eldest brother praised Ling Han again. He was being praised by a little girl again. Ling Han sighed. It seemed like he was regressing more and more. He looked at the little girl and suddenly became curious. "What skills do you have?" Eldest brother stretched out his arm and compared his muscles. "Father, I'm very strong." Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't help but laugh when such a little girl made such a pose and said such words in such a tone. The fat pig slowly crawled over and peeked at eldest brother with a strange expression. Eldest baby turned his head to look, and his eyes immediately lit up. He started drooling. "Dad, can we eat roast suckling pig later?" Wait, this development is too fast. When you were born, shouldn't you start drinking milk?" However, if he really wanted to drink milk, Ling Han would definitely be very embarrassed. Where would he go to milk? The perverted pig was furious. Why did everyone want to eat roast suckling pig? Roast your sister. It was very tolerant towards beautiful women, but a girl who had just been born obviously couldn't arouse its tenderness towards the fairer sex. It immediately glared back at her and snorted. "It's fun." Elder baby picked up the fat pig. Although she wasn't much bigger than the pig, she was quite strong. She didn't feel any burden carrying the pig. Ling Han clicked his tongue in amazement. It was indeed worthy of being born from a precious fruit. It could communicate through telekinesis even before it was born, talk as soon as it was born, and crawl all over the ground with its butt bare. It was quite strong. However, she was a girl after all, and it wasn't good for her to always be so butt naked. Ling Han plucked a calabash leaf and tied it around the little girl's body. It was perfect for using it as a doo-doo. He began to prepare food, and elder baby and the fat pig came over one after another, drooling. What a loser. After he finished cooking, the two of them and the pig began to eat. Even though eldest brother was small in stature, he did not slurp his food at all, and his appetite was not smaller than Ling Han's at all. This caused Ling Han to involuntarily worry. If all 7 bottle-gourd brothers were like this, would they eat until he went broke? Sigh, he sighed. It really wasn't easy being a nanny. After eating, Ling Han decided to go to other parts of the orchard to take a look. There was a protective formation here, so Ling Han believed that the chances of a second person breaking in were not high. That was because an existence like the fat pig could be said to be unique. Since that was the case, how could others have so many chances to try? He clamped the fat pig and elder baby in his armpits, and then walked out with special footwork. Naturally, he also used the isolation formation. Fortunately, there was enough space left, so he didn't have to worry about being trapped in this herb garden. He walked, and after searching for about 2 hours, he finally found something. A short plant appeared in front of him. It was not more than half the height of a person, and it had dense leaves. Among the leaves, there was a light purple fruit. This was the rainbow fruit. Ling Han was pleasantly surprised. The rainbow fruit was a life-type treasure fruit. If he wanted to break through to the 5 or 6 changes, he would need such an item. In fact, it wasn't just the blood transformation realm. It was the same at the ultimate bone realm. Life fruits were needed every time to replenish or recover the depletion of one's life source. This was because raising one's realm was essentially raising one's level of life, and it naturally required a large amount of life source. This was not something that could be replenished with mystic power. Luck. There was a total of 17 rainbow fruits, and they were all ripe. He quickly picked them and stored them in the spirit cultivation gourd. "Dad, you actually fancy such a low-grade life fruit?" Elder baby said from the side, his face full of disdain. Ling Han chuckled. If anyone was willing to throw such a low-grade life fruit at him, he wouldn't mind. "Oh, there's also a gourd." Elder baby was a little careless, and only now did he realize that there was a gourd tied to Ling Han's waist. He couldn't help but be filled with curiosity, and he came over to ask, "Hey, who are you?" This was the spirit cultivation gourd, and it wouldn't split open and a baby would jump out. Naturally, it wouldn't respond to her. Elder baby tilted his head, filled with confusion. Why was this brother and sister ignoring her? "Oh, rainbow fruit!" A pleasantly surprised voice rang out, and 3 youths walked out together. Ling Han was a little surprised, and he looked at the 3 youths. There had to be an array master among them, or they wouldn't have been able to enter. The 3 youths naturally saw Ling Han's group, and they all revealed looks of surprise. This combination was really too strange. Aside from Ling Han, who was considered normal, there was a child who looked to be only 2 or 3 years old. He couldn't even afford to buy clothes, and had to use leaves to form a pouch. The other was a pig. Aside from being fat and somewhat adorable, there was no other strong point. "You actually brought these 2 burdens to explore an ancient site? You really know how to have fun." "Humph. Hand over the flying rainbow fruit." Immediately, a youth shouted at Ling Han. Although he didn't see Ling Han pick the fruit, he could see the obvious plucking marks, so it was definitely Ling Han who did it. "Why?" Ling Han laughed. "Because we're stronger than you," the youth said. He was dressed in yellow, and his expression was very arrogant. "Pu Xing, don't waste time with him. Just take him down and beat him up, and he'll naturally be obedient," a youth in green said to the side. The last youth in white did not say anything, but he had an arrogant expression on his face. "All right, take him down and beat him up first," the yellow-clothed Pu Xing said, and he even rolled up his sleeves. "How dare you? You want to beat up my father?" Elder baby immediately became angry, and he rushed towards Pu Xing. Chapter 3366. Eldest baby rushed out, his speed so fast that even Ling Han did not expect it. He could not catch him even if he wanted to. Bam! A mushroom cloud appeared behind elder baby, followed by a sonic boom. At that moment, the little boy had already reached Pu Xing and was about to throw a punch at him with his fair and tender little fist. Even Ling Han did not expect eldest baby's explosive power to be so terrifying, let alone the other 3. Indeed, who would have thought that a little baby could be so powerful? Pu Xing seemed to be dumbfounded. Eldest baby punched him in the face, and then he was sent flying. Green robe and white robe's heads followed Pu Xing's figure. They watched helplessly as he knocked down several large trees before collapsing. "Hiss, it must have hurt. Sigh, you want to beat up my father with such little strength? So weak." Eldest baby shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. Ling Han was shocked. Eldest baby's speed had definitely reached twice the speed of sound. This little baby was actually at the ultimate bone realm. Ling Han was shocked. He knew that eldest baby was born from heaven and earth and had many extraordinary abilities. But to be born at the ultimate bone realm, this was too much. He was born from a god's stone, but he did not start out as a mortal. This was too unfair. What the hell? White Robe and Green Robe looked at each other, unable to contain their shock. This was too shocking, too unimaginable. A little baby was actually a ultimate bone realm cultivator? They must be dreaming. You two are not good people either. Eldest baby stared at Green Robe and White Robe. He clenched his fists, looking very excited and eager to fight. Ling Han finally understood. This girl said that she was avenging him, but in reality, she just wanted to fight to satisfy her craving. The man in white snorted and waved his hands. Immediately, several array bases appeared on the ground. Array Master. Ling Han glanced at them and shook his head. This man in white had set up the 7 wolves killing array, which was a mid-level array. To be able to set up a mid-level array formation at such a young age was actually not easy. However, against someone at the extreme bone realm, this array formation was not enough. After the formation was set up, the green-robed man's heart calmed down. With the formation assisting him, his confidence increased greatly. I'm coming. Eldest baby shouted excitedly. Then, she rushed over. Pang, her figure accelerated, and she charged toward the formation. Pang! She arrived in an instant. Her entire person was like an ancient monster, and the entire formation was instantly smashed into pieces. The white-robed and green-robed duo turned pale with fright, but before they could recover from their shock, eldest baby threw another punch. Pang! The white-robed person was immediately sent flying. She waved her little white fist again, and pang! The green-robed person was also sent flying. Violence? He wasn't going to reason with them. He was going to use the most brutal method to crush them. Eldest baby seemed to be getting excited from the fight. He turned around and stared at Ling Han, as if he wanted to beat up Ling Han as well. This little violent maniac. Ling Han gritted his teeth. The other 6 wouldn't do the same, would they? It was scary just thinking about it. The 7 babies looked harmless, and they were even pink and white, and incredibly cute. However, when they rushed out, they were filled with killing intent and violence. No, he had to educate them properly in the future. They couldn't be so violent. Eldest baby, let's go. Ling Han smiled and waved his hand. Yes, father. Eldest baby returned to the appearance of a porcelain doll. He was chubby, and there was no need to mention how cute he was. Even the fat pig was shaking its head and grumbling. Who knew how many people would be deceived by this little baby's appearance in the future? Ling Han didn't target Pu Xing and the other 2. Since the 3 of them didn't intend to kill him and rob him, he naturally wouldn't kill them. However, he still searched the 3 of them, but he didn't find any treasure fruits, which made him very disappointed. Paupers. He threw these words at them. He carried the baby in one hand and the pig in the other, and swaggered off. Pu Xing and the other 2 were so ashamed that they wanted to die. As the victims, they were robbed and even called poor. There was no way to humiliate them like this. Ling Han continued to search for treasure fruits. He saw from outside that there were more than what he had obtained. Eldest baby, did you know how to cultivate in the gourd? He asked, his face full of curiosity. Eldest baby blinked and said, when I was in the gourd, I was always sleeping. I only woke up from time to time recently. Damn, his strength was innate. He was so awesome even without cultivating. Ling Han was green with envy. Why couldn't he come out of the divine stone with his celestial venerable cultivation? Then how did you know how to talk? He asked again. Eldest baby tilted his head and looked puzzled. I knew it when I was born. Ling Han was worried. Eldest baby's expression made him look like he was looking at a retard. Ling Han didn't want to ask anymore. This was too much of a blow to his confidence. However, his curiosity was quickly aroused. He asked again. Then do you have any bloodline inheritance? Do you know any technique since you were born? No. Eldest baby shook his head. Ling Han heaved a sigh of relief. He finally found a trace of balance. However, we don't need to cultivate. As long as we grow up, our strength will increase and our supernatural powers will naturally form. This is because our level of life far surpasses that of father, eldest baby said, mercilessly attacking Ling Han. Damn. Ling Han was speechless again. Born with a level of life that could crush all living beings, so as long as their bodies grew up, their strength and supernatural powers would naturally form. There was no need to cultivate at all. How could there be such a good thing? Wasn't it too unfair? Ling Han knew that the essence of cultivation was to increase the level of one's life, but if people were born with a level of opening aperture tier or even life core tier, then would there still be a need for cultivation? They could just eat, drink and sleep, and they would naturally reach opening aperture tier or even life core tier. Sigh, forget it. There was no need to compete, lest I die from anger. After a long time, Ling Han finally had another harvest. However, the treasure fruit he picked was not ripe yet. Naturally, he couldn't avoid being despised by eldest baby. A day later, Ling Han returned to the gourd room, because eldest baby said that second baby was about to be born. There was no wind, but the 6 gourds kept shaking. The orange gourd shook the most violently. After reaching a certain level, it broke away from the vine and fell heavily to the ground. Second baby. Eldest baby called out. Bang, the gourd broke open, and a pink baby jumped out. Eldest baby. She welcomed eldest baby, and the 2 babies immediately hugged each other. It was another girl. Ling Han sighed. It couldn't be that these 7 children were all girls, right? Father. After second baby and eldest baby had enough of hugging, they jumped into Ling Han's arms, asking for a hug. Ling Han's heart skipped a beat, and he said, Eldest baby, how strong are you? Previously, he had asked eldest baby what his specialty was, and eldest baby had only said that he was strong. At that time, Ling Han didn't take it to heart, but now he didn't think so. Hee, father, come and give it a try. Eldest baby laughed. A little slyly. Chapter 3368. Fortunately, Ling Han was completely immersed in his own world. Not to mention that there were only a few people arguing outside, he wouldn't have any reaction even if there was an earthquake. Pop, pop, pop. He gradually entered a good state. More and more shackles in his body were broken and shattered, allowing his life level to reach a higher level. After half a day, the momentum finally stopped. Ling Han let out a long breath. He only felt that his whole body was wet, and there was a black substance on his skin that smelled very fishy. This was the impurities that were expelled from his body after his life level had improved. Yeah. Eldest baby and second baby both covered their noses and hid far away. Dad, you stink. The 2 babies said at the same time in disdain. There was clean water in the spirit-nurturing gourd. Ling Han washed himself, and the fishy smell immediately disappeared. 5 changes. Ling Han released his aura slightly, and there was a diamond-like glow. He revealed a smile. It was the right decision to come out this time. If he cultivated hard, he might not be able to break through to the paramount bone realm even after a year. But now, he was confident that he could do it in 3 months. How could he be so fast? Because martial art had just begun to flourish, and the large-scale appearance of the treasure fruits of heaven and earth gave everyone the possibility to rise in a short period of time. Otherwise, if they had to rely on themselves one step at a time, their progress would naturally be relatively slow. Therefore, they had to take advantage of this time to rise. Otherwise, it would be difficult to obtain the treasure fruits in the future when all the historical sites were occupied by other forces. Ling Han took a look. He had used up 7 rainbow fruits, and now he still had 10 treasure fruits of life. In addition, he still had 4 precious flame lotuses and many unripe treasure fruits. Could they support him to reach the peak of the 5th transformation? Ling Han didn't know. He first had a full meal, and then he went out with the 2 babies and the fat pig to continue looking for the treasure fruits. Second baby not only had all-seeing eyes, but he could also see through obstacles. It was very convenient for him to search for the treasure fruits. He didn't need to take any detours and went straight to the target. It was a pity that there were no ripe fruits in the huge herb garden, which made Ling Han very depressed. If he could occupy this historical site, he could slowly wait for the fruits to ripen. The key was that his individual strength was indeed powerful, but he had almost no subordinates. How could he occupy an historical site? Oh, just 2 babies and a little suckling pig? If word of this got out, he would probably be laughed to death. Therefore, regardless of whether it was ripe or not, Ling Han went to pick the fruit first. If it was not ripe, it meant that the effect was not as good. After plucking the treasured fruit, Ling Han did not waste any time. He returned to the gourd room and concentrated on his cultivation while waiting for the other 5 babies to be born. Another day later, a yellow gourd fell from the sky. 3rd baby. Sure enough, it was still a girl. She was shockingly beautiful, but she was incomparably arrogant. She was obviously using her eyes to hook Ling Han, wanting to hug her, but she didn't make a sound. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and picked up third baby. Humph, since you're my father, I'll let you hug me, third baby said reluctantly. What's so special about third bro? Ling Han asked. Humph, third baby tilted his head, as if he was too lazy to answer. After a while he said, the body is indestructible. Ling Han exclaimed and looked at the little pink pig. Isn't this the same as you? Humph, humph. Unexpectedly, the fat pig and third baby snorted at the same time, looking at each other with disdain. How dare you snort at me? Third baby was displeased. Come, let's beat it to death and eat the roast suckling pig. Eldest baby was excited and directly rushed up to strangle perverted pig. Goo! Perverted pig screamed. Eldest baby was strong. Its weakness is here. Second baby used his eye technique and pointed out the relatively weak spot of perverted pig's defense. Okay. Eldest baby condensed black energy and punched the fat pig hard. The fat pig screamed. Although its body was not bad, it could still feel pain. Eldest baby activated the black energy and made it feel the pain. Hee hee. Haha. Eldest baby and second baby laughed, while third baby was very reserved and looked disdainful. Ling Han felt a headache coming on. These three babies were already acting like little ancestors. What would happen in the future? However, since it was perverted pig, there was no need to worry. It wouldn't die anyway. Perverted pig screamed and looked pitifully at Ling Han. You're just going to watch me die, you bastard. In just 2 days, Ling Han had completely refined all the treasured fruits, but he was still a bit away from the peak of the 5 transformation. He still needed at least 10 more days of bitter cultivation. He waited patiently. It was just the right time to improve his body skills. In any case, before his body reached the peak of the blood transformation realm, it was impossible for him to break through to the ultimate bone realm. After so many days, not only did more and more people enter the historical site, but there were also many people who had the strength to enter the medicinal garden. Many powers would train their own formation masters, which was very useful at times like this. However, there was currently no formation master who could open the formation seal of the gourd room. But this was the only place in the medicinal garden with a formation within a formation. Everyone had no gains elsewhere, so they all gathered here. At first, there had been conflicts, but later they had all stopped fighting. Instead, they had joined forces to break the formation. This array formation was too difficult to break. Even with the combined wisdom of several array masters, if they wanted to break it, it would take them at least 20 days to a month. The harder it was to break, the more everyone looked forward to it. Since this place had been sealed, there must be some rare treasured medicine hidden inside. Dad, there are so many people outside. Second baby used his eye ability to see the situation outside through the wall. How many? Asked Ling Han. 1, 3, 7, 6, 5, 9. The little girl began to count. 1 hand wasn't enough, so she used 2 hands. 2 hands weren't enough, so she used her feet as well. Then she also used eldest baby's hands and feet, but it still wasn't enough. However, third baby was too proud and didn't let her use him. The little girl counted her fingers for a long time, then gnawed on one of them. Finally, she used both hands to draw a circle and concluded, many, many. Well, he shouldn't have had any expectations of her at all. Asking a counting idiot like her this question, he was also out of his mind. Ling Han laughed. His plan to teach second baby how to count had to be put on the agenda. Dad, let me kill them. Eldest baby's murderous aura flared up, and his violent tendencies flared up again. Ling Han sighed and said, don't rush. Wait for the remaining gourds, no, the remaining 5 babies. Fuck, even I don't know how to count anymore. Wait for the remaining 4 babies to be born, then we'll kill them all in one go. It was true that he got influenced by second baby to the point where he couldn't count anymore. Third baby had a proud look on his face. It was just a few people. What was there to care about? She could kill them all by herself. Another 2 days passed, and fourth baby landed. Yes, it was a girl. Bang! Just as fourth baby landed, another gourd fell, and fifth baby was born. Chapter 3369. Father, do you want a hug? Father, I want a hug too. Fourth baby and fifth baby hugged one of Ling Han's legs from both sides and raised their heads. Childish, third baby said coldly. She turned her head and hugged Ling Han's neck. At the moment, she was in Ling Han's arms. Third baby, come down. Fourth baby shouted. Yes, come down. Fifth baby shouted. Third baby was too arrogant to bother answering. Poof. Fourth baby opened its mouth, and a fire arrow flew toward third baby. Fifth baby followed suit and also opened his mouth to spit out a water arrow. Ling Han hurriedly leaped into the air. By the looks of it, eldest baby was not the only one with violent tendencies. These two babies were not much better, either. They actually really attacked. Third baby turned around and chuckled at fourth baby and fifth baby. He didn't say anything, but the disdain in his eyes was clear. Ling Han could not help but sigh. They were all on the same side. Could you not be so arrogant? Needless to say, fourth baby was good at using fire, while fifth baby was good at using water. He was born with the ability to extract high-level fire and water energy, and had amazing destructive power. These two babies were like conjoined twins. Their actions were completely synchronized. It was a miracle that one was fire and the other was water, but there was no situation where water and fire could not get along. In another 2 days, sixth baby would be born. However, when the gourd was opened, Ling Han did not see anything. Father. However, a voice could be heard. You know how to become invisible? Ling Han immediately understood. Light and shadow flashed, and a blurry figure appeared in front of him, but he could not see it clearly. Yes, father, sixth baby said. I still can't use space energy perfectly, so I can't control my appearance. Ling Han stretched out his hand to touch it. The strange thing was that sixth baby was not invisible in terms of divine sense or vision. It really seemed to be in another space and could not be touched at all. He had an idea and said, Can you pass through this room? Yes, sixth baby said. The blurry silhouette flashed. When it reached the wall, it suddenly disappeared. After a while, the silhouette reappeared. I'm sorry, sixth baby said. That was awesome. Ling Han couldn't help but be tempted. With sixth baby, in the future when he entered the historical site, it wouldn't be just a simple matter of walking around. Dad, there's a limit to how far I can go. If the power of the formation is too strong or the materials themselves are too strong, I won't be able to go through, sixth baby added. Ling Han was a little disappointed, but the fact that sixth baby could pass through this formation was already impressive enough. It was enough to deal with the current formation. He began to look forward to seventh baby. The first 6 babies all had powerful abilities. What special abilities did seventh baby have? However, the seventh baby was born much later than he had expected. Ling Han had already pushed his mystic power to the peak of the 5 changes, but the 7th calabash was still firmly hanging on the vine, showing no signs of falling. Seventh is asleep again, second baby said. She could see through the gourd with her eye sorcery. Hey, 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 seventh, stop sleeping. It's time to be born. Eldest baby called out, putting on the airs of a boss. The corner of Ling Han's mouth twitched again. These 7 children really had their own unique characteristics. One was a violent maniac, one was a rare idiot, one was aloof, and there was one that loved to sleep. Was this really something that a single gourd vine could give birth to? He was suspicious. What kind of calabash vine was this? Did it have this kind of vine? After a long time, the last calabash shook gently, as if seventh baby had woken up. But after a while, the calabash stopped moving again. She's asleep again, second baby said helplessly after taking a look. What a sleeper! Eldest baby yelled. His violent tendencies were about to act up again. Take her down. She can come out whenever she wants, third baby said proudly. Okay. The other babies nodded. Didn't they say that they couldn't take it down? Seventh is already ripe. She's just too lazy to be born, so taking it down won't affect her, second baby explained. That's fine too. Ling Han was speechless. He took the calabash down, but he was surprised because he couldn't put it into the spirit cultivation gourd. He had tried before, and the other babies could all go in. Entering a spatial artifact requires the subject's will to not resist. Although seventh is asleep, she has self-defense awareness, so it's impossible to put her in, second baby explained. Ling Han looked over, and his expression was a little strange. Are you sure you only have clairvoyance and X-ray vision, and can't see through other people's thoughts? He didn't even ask the first 2 questions. How did you know? Because I'm smart, second baby said proudly. Your ability to read people's expressions and reason is really amazing. But why is your ability to count so weak? Don't you think it's strange? Ling Han ridiculed madly. Okay, then let's leave, he said. There was no point in complaining. Let's hurry back to the capital. He was tired of staying here. Because seventh baby couldn't be put into the spirit cultivation gourd, Ling Han could only carry it on his back. This was much bigger than the spirit cultivation gourd, and it occupied his entire back. In addition, there was a proud third baby in front of him, always hanging on his chest and around his neck. Fourth baby and fifth baby were hanging on his legs. It looked really weird. With a squeak, Ling Han opened the door. Outside, the 7 major forces were working together to break the array. They also had 7 array masters studying it, but they didn't have a strong pathfinder like Seju, so they could only catch some demon beasts and throw them in. This was inefficient because any demon beast would be killed in one hit. They could only test it once, and the progress was extremely slow. I think we should throw the blocking array here, an array master said loudly. No, you're completely wrong. Another array master immediately shook his head, expressing a different opinion. The 7 array masters were divided into 2 factions, arguing until their faces were flushed. Shouldn't we go persuade them? A blue-robed youth smiled, his smile somewhat evil. It's good to have an argument. It means there's progress and passion. Otherwise, a pool of stagnant water would be finished. Beside him was a blue-robed man who looked to be almost 30 years old. Sigh, when will this formation be broken? I'm getting impatient from waiting. Another young man stretched his back. Be patient. The longer you wait, the more you'll gain, the fourth youth said. If you can't wait, you can leave. The fifth youth was very cold. There were 7 youths in total, but each of their identities was very shocking. They were all descendants of the few princes who ranked high in Xianbei country. They couldn't be called princes, but dukes. Some of them didn't even have the qualifications to be dukes, but marquises. Although they all had the surname Chen, the princes fought openly and covertly to inherit the throne. Of course, they, the younger generation, wouldn't deal with each other. If it wasn't to break the array, they definitely wouldn't work together. But at this moment, with a squeak, the door to the room opened. Everyone turned to look, and suddenly saw 3 children hanging from Ling Han's body, and a large purple gourd on his back. What the hell was this? In an instant, the entire place was silent. Chapter 3370. This scene was extremely strange. Who would have thought that the door protected by the array formation would open and a person would run out? Moreover, a person coming out was a person. Why did it have to be such a strange method? He had never heard of anyone bringing a child to a historical site. Moreover, there were 3 of them. Puff, however, everyone soon realized that they were wrong because there were actually 2 milk babies behind this man. In reality, there were 3 of them, but no one could see 6th baby. What's going on? What's going on? What kind of brain does a person have to bring along 5 children to enter a dangerous historical site alone? No. Do you have a brain? After this thought flashed through their minds, they thought of another problem. Why did this guy come out of there? No one would believe that he had been here all along. How old would he be? Even those at the engravement realm only had a lifespan of around 500 years. How long had this historical site been buried for? No matter what, it had to be at least 2,000 years. Who could live for so long? Therefore, this person should have entered before them. Array Master. Everyone came to a consensus. 7 intermediate array masters had joined hands, but they still could not break this array after more than 10 days. It was clear how big the gap between them was. An outstanding alchemist or array master was an absolute support, and could even change the strength of a force. At once, the eyes of every duke and marquis lit up. Sir, how should I address you? Chen Kaiyu asked with a smile on his face, seeming quite courteous. He hurriedly said, I am Chen Kaiyu, the 7th son of the 4th prince. This marquis is Chen Wudong. My ancestor is the 2nd prince, another person said. The 7 imperial grandsons introduced themselves one after another, extending an olive branch to Ling Han. Why are you so attentive? The fact that Ling Han was an advanced array master was one of the reasons. In addition, he had obviously obtained the item in the house. Therefore, if he recruited Ling Han under his command, It would naturally be a piece of cake for him to obtain the treasure. What kind of combat power could an array master have? Ling Han smiled faintly and said, Excuse me, excuse me. He did not intend to have too much interaction with any of the princes, let alone the prince's sons and grandsons. This kind of attitude made the 7 princes very dissatisfied. What kind of status did they have? Being able to lower themselves to greet him was already giving him enough face, but he was really putting on airs. Hand over the things you obtained inside and you can leave, Chen Xueming said. He was too lazy to waste his breath. Ling Han chuckled and said, All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just nice. Each of you can bring a child back. Father, why don't you want us? The invisible 6th baby immediately shouted. Father, don't abandon us. 4th baby and 5th baby grabbed onto Ling Han's thighs tightly. Eldest baby, on the other hand, was brimming with killing intent as he said, It's fine. As long as we get rid of all these fellows, Father won't be able to send us away. That's right. A few of the milk babies were energized, and even the arrogant 3rd baby's eyes lit up. There's something wrong with your ability to understand. Ling Han sighed. He was clearly just joking. You dare tease us? Chen Kaiyu snorted. Those who disrespect the royal family will be killed without mercy, Chen Wudong said coldly. Take him down first, then we'll see what treasures he obtained. After all, we are family, Chen Xueming said. All right. Everyone nodded. On the other side, eldest baby and the others were also rubbing their palms together. None of the 6 milk babies were obedient. Kill. On the contrary, they were the first to attack. On the surface, the 5 milk babies attacked Chen Xueming and the others at the same time. Chen Xueming and the others naturally did not care. It would be strange if they cared about the 5 milk babies. They did not need to do anything. Naturally, the guards stood up and blocked the milk babies. Bang! Eldest baby knocked over one person with a punch, while 2nd baby's eyes shot out lightning. Her opponent was immediately sent flying. The arrogant 3rd baby was not arrogant at all during the battle. Instead, she used her small body to directly collide with her opponent. She was like an ancient ferocious beast. With one collision, her opponent was sent flying. 4th baby spat fire and 5th baby spat water. In an instant, 2 more people were sent flying. Ah! 6th baby attacked without anyone noticing. Her opponent screamed and fell to the ground in a completely unconscious state. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the 7 royal grandchildren widened, and their mouths opened to an exaggerated extent. What the hell? They were just 5 milk babies. How could they be so fierce? Spitting fire, water, and electricity, it was like a dream. The high-level energy was, after all, a member of the royal family. They reacted immediately. Spitting fire and water was not because they had strange powers, but because they could communicate with high-level energy. But it was too exaggerated. These 5 were clearly milk babies. How could they cultivate such powerful telekinesis? Moreover, they had to possess extremely high-level spirit diagrams to be able to communicate with such terrifying high-level energy. Kill! Eldest baby, the violent maniac, rushed to the front line. She communicated with high-level energy, and her entire body was enveloped in a layer of black energy, making her look bigger. Bang! She exploded with terrifying speed. She was almost 3 times the speed of sound. No one could stop her, and they were all sent flying by her. Strong baby. No. Violent baby. The 7 royal grandchildren hurriedly attacked. Naturally, they did not want to be sent flying by a milk baby. However, in her explosive state, eldest baby was too ferocious. She had infinite strength and was indestructible. The 7 royal grandchildren were quickly beaten to a pulp. Boss, leave some for us. 2nd baby and the others all rushed up and beat them up. In less than 2 or 3 minutes, the ground was full of people lying on the ground. Fortunately, Ling Han had given the order beforehand. They could fight, but they couldn't kill. They couldn't let these babies' hands be covered in blood, right? Thus, not a single one of them died. They all lay on the ground, moaning. Goodbye, everyone. Ling Han smiled, grabbed Little Pig, and swaggered off. After leaving the herb garden, there was nothing else worth exploring in this historical site. There were only old mansions. 2nd baby had already used his eye sorcery to scan the area. The inside was very clean, and there was not a single thing of value left behind. According to second baby, the tables, chairs, and cabinets were all very tidy. It should not have been rummaged through, but the Eternal Moon sect left on their own. As Ling Han walked, he thought about what had happened at that time. Why did the Eternal Moon sect move en masse? The previous generation of civilization had suddenly broken off, so it was very likely that many of the martial art forces had also suddenly left overnight. Strange, this was really strange. Ling Han brought the milk babies back. Although they were small, their cultivation was equivalent to the extreme bone realm, and they did not drag Ling Han down at all. A few days later, Ling Han returned to the imperial capital. When he approached the imperial capital, the photon computer reconnected to the network, and Ling Han also understood the current general situation. The demon race prince had returned in defeat, and this caused a great sensation in the Yu dynasty. This time, another diplomatic group was sent out, and they specifically wanted to fight with Ling Han and Hong Tianbu. End of chapter. Chapter 3372. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Little heads popped out from the living room door and looked at Lien Xuerong curiously. Is this Anyang? So big. What a perky butt. Anyang likes this type? The 6 babies were all talking at once, but of course, only 5 of them could be seen. Lien Xuerong was stunned. Didn't you go out for an adventure? Why did you suddenly bring back 5 children? You're too fast. However, these 5 children were really delicate and cute. Even with her cold arrogance, she liked them from the bottom of her heart. But when did she become Ling Han's wife? Moreover, these girls were too precocious. What perky breasts. Could they say that in front of her? Even Ling Han felt slightly awkward. These little girls really had no filter on their mouths. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, Flag Master Lien, there's no need to mind the words of a few brats. Of course, Lien Xuerong wouldn't mind either. Otherwise, she would feel uncomfortable. However, she suddenly thought that if these 5 girls were really born from her and Ling Han. She quickly shook her head. What was wrong with her? Why would she think like that? Moreover, 5 of them. Could she bear it? Flag Master Lien, what's wrong? Ling Han asked. Why did this cool Flag Master's face suddenly become as red as a peach? It made him feel a little amorous. Sigh. His Tao foundation was not stable. Otherwise, how could he be like this after not getting close to women for less than a year? Lien Xuerong quickly used the image of a handsome figure in white to drive away the wild thoughts in her mind. It had always been effective, but now it wasn't as effective. She felt a little uneasy. Ahem. She coughed lightly and said, I'm warning you. The demons have been looking for you. You must not show yourself. Ling Han was interested. He really wanted to know more about the demons, but he hadn't had the chance to see Shen Yuan Dingui yet, so he didn't have the chance to ask. Who are the strong demons this time? He asked. Lien Xuerong thought for a moment and said, It said that the 4th prince is leading the demons this time. He's also in the enlightening state, but he didn't take part. Instead, he's pushing 2 people. The first is Yuan Ying. He has the cultivation of the engravement realm, and it is said that he is one of the strongest geniuses of the demon race. This time, he specially came to deal with Hong Tianbu. Ling Han was astonished. Didn't the demon race all use their race as their surname? Why was there suddenly a different race? Yuan what race? Lien Xuerong naturally did not know the ridicule in his heart, and continued, The demon race wants to prove that they are more outstanding than the human race, so they want to defeat Hong Tianbu in a battle of the same cultivation level. Ling Han nodded. He believed that this Yuan Ying must be at the enlightening state, or else he would just be a piece of cake. The second one is here to snipe you. He's called Mr. Cat, Lien Xuerong said. What kind of name was Mr. Cat? He's at the extreme bone realm. Lien Xuerong said, That's why I'm here to advise you not to be impulsive and agree to the duel with Mr. Cat. Ling Han could not help but feel gloomy. Why would he do that? Oh, Hong Tianbu's opponent was at the engravement realm, the same cultivation level as him, while his opponent was at the extreme bone realm, an entire cultivation level higher than him. Wasn't this bullying? I think that the demon race probably doesn't have any blood transformation realm geniuses, so they can only send out an extreme bone realm to suppress you, Lien Xuerong said, a trace of admiration in her eyes. In such a large demon race, they actually could not find a blood transformation realm cultivator who could contend against Ling Han, let alone defeat him. Remember, no matter what happens, don't show yourself. Just pretend that you haven't returned to the capital. Lien Xuerong warned again. Why should we be afraid? Eldest baby immediately jumped out. Right, why should we be afraid? Fourth baby and fifth baby followed along. If they dare to come, we'll kill one if they come. If two come, we'll kill a pair, second baby said. Third baby snorted, expressing his disdain. Sixth baby, once they were invisible, they could ignore whatever they said. Lien Xuerong could only smile bitterly. These 5 babies looked like they were carved from jade, and they were extremely cute. Why were they so violent? They must have been led astray by Ling Han. Wasn't that so? Children wouldn't understand. She couldn't help but look at Ling Han. How did he take care of children? Ling Han was unjustly implicated, but he couldn't explain that these 6 babies had already formed their own wills when they were still in the gourd. It had nothing to do with him. Also, you should at least get them some clothes, Lien Xuerong chided. Although they were small, they were still girls. How could they only have a few leaves to protect themselves? That was true. Ling Han nodded, indicating that he accepted it humbly. Let's go, I'll help you buy clothes, Lien Xuerong said. She naturally felt that a grown man would definitely not know how to pick out women's clothes, even if he was just a child. Under Lien Xuerong's strong request, Ling Han could only yield. He brought 5 babies with him, but it was actually 6. After a round, the 5 babies were all wearing new clothes, and each of them had 3 sets of clothes to change into. 6th baby was naturally ignored by Lien Xuerong, but Ling Han bought 2 more sets. One set was for 6th baby. Even if she was invisible, he couldn't pretend that she didn't exist. The other set was for 7th baby. Although this girl slept too much, she still had no intention of being born. Meanwhile, Lien Xuerong's face was still a little hot. Previously, when she had entered the store to pick out items, the employees had all treated her as Ling Han's wife, and treated the 5 children as her daughters, addressing her as madam. However, the babies even jeered and called her mother, not giving her a chance to correct them. She was embarrassed to stay any longer, so she quickly ran away. Sigh, she's too thin-skinned. She's not qualified to be our mother, the babies all commented. It was obvious that they were deliberately making fun of Lien Xuerong. Ling Han chuckled. He didn't have any thoughts about Lien Xuerong, so he naturally had no intention of correcting these babies. He applied to the academy to change to a bigger residence, but even though he had submitted the application, it would take time for the approval. Ling Han used the optical computer to search for suitable materials for the array foundation. He had already reached a preliminary agreement with someone, and they were carrying out the transaction at the agreed location. After a day, the transaction was finalized. After he paid through the optical computer, he went to the agreed location to carry out the transaction with the other party. The other party was an old man. When he saw Ling Han, he couldn't help but look surprised. He said, "So it's the famous Ling Han." Ling Han chuckled. The other party recognized him, but he didn't recognize his opponent. He said, "May I ask how I should address you, old man?" Jean Sanin. The old man smiled. Was there such a name? Ling Han didn't care. He was just asking casually. Jean Sanin took out the materials and handed them to Ling Han. After Ling Han confirmed it, he let the internet platform transfer the money to Jean Sanin. With the platform's guarantee, it was naturally a great relief. Chapter 3373. After exchanging a few words with Jean Sanin, Ling Han took his leave. Jean Sanin said that if Ling Han had any other needs, he could continue to look for him. The Jean clan specialized in the material business. Basically, as long as Ling Han asked, they would be able to get it. Of course, the prerequisite was that Ling Han could afford it. Though Ling Han had left, Jean Sanin did not. He was still sipping tea in the private room, looking extremely relaxed and carefree. The door suddenly opened and a young man in his 20s walked in. The young man sat down and asked, "Ninth Grandpa, isn't it too much of a loss to sell this thing to him at such a low price?" Jean Sanin smiled and said, "This young man is very outstanding. This old man is very optimistic about his future. So let's just treat this as a good karma. Maybe in the future, we will need his help. Our Jean clan will need his help." The young man expressed his dissatisfaction and said proudly, "If not for our low profile, how could the Chen clan become the emperor?" Jean Sanin's expression changed and said, Xiaojian, you are too arrogant. The Chen clan is not as simple as you think. Jin Xiaojian was still unconvinced and said, Ninth Grandpa, you have been deceived by the rumors. What flying mouse? How can the current environment give birth to a life core realm expert? Jin Sanin nodded slowly. Indeed, at this stage, no matter how talented he is, he cannot leap over the immortal gate. Chen Fengyan is at most in the secret realm. Our Jin family has 3 experts in the secret realm. If we join forces, Chen Fengyan will definitely be beaten to the point of not knowing which way is north. Jin Xiaojian laughed, and then flattered Jin Sanin. Grandfather Jiu is only a hair's breadth away from the secret realm. As long as he steps in, with his martial arts talent, he alone will be enough to suppress Chen Fengyan. Jin Sanin could not help but laugh. This flattery made him feel very comfortable. He waved his hand and said, Remember the ancestral teachings. We were able to escape this disaster because we were low profile. Now is the time for our Jin clan to rise. We must seize this opportunity. Yes, Jin Xiaojian said respectfully. However, he did not understand why their Jin clan still had to keep a low profile when the great Tao of the world was recovering. Shouldn't they seize the opportunity to seize the world? He had already asked this question a few times, but he had never received a definite answer. After asking so many times, he was too lazy to waste any more time. His eyes flickered. What qualifications did a mere blood transformation realm have to receive such attention from Grandpa Jiu? After Ling Han returned to the academy, he received news from the academy that his application had been approved. The academy had already prepared a bigger courtyard for him. He happily brought the child over. Sure enough, the courtyard was much bigger. It could even be said to be a small manor. He didn't know if it was because of his identity as a high-grade alchemist or an array master, or because he won first place in the big hunting competition, and the academy wanted to use this opportunity to reward him. Forget it. I don't care anymore. Ling Han started to make the array foundation. He bought 2 kinds of materials. One was black jade iron, which was cut into 33 thin rods according to his requirements. These were to be used to make the Vajra array. The other was cloth woven from a mixture of black silk and golden scale silk. This was to be used to make the precipice array. The Vajra array was easy to make. He only needed to buy the corresponding ink. It was expensive, but it was not difficult if he could use money. The difficult part was the precipice array. He needed at least the blood of an inscription realm to make the ink. Where could he find an inscription realm expert to bleed? Forget it. He would make the Vajra array first. He made the array foundation quickly. If he could make 7 in a day, then it would be finished in 5 days at most. Apart from making the array foundation, Ling Han focused all his energy on breaking through to the 6 changes. He was not worried about the foundation. With the second baby's eye technique, he could point out the inadequacies in his cultivation. He had long reached perfection. The difficult part was how to break through to the 6 changes. This was a breakthrough of the limit. Back when he had returned from the Eternal Moon ancient site, Ling Han had been pondering this problem. But in the few days since he had returned, he still had no clue. This was normal. How could it be so easy to break through the limit? If Ling Han did not know that there was still the 6 changes, he would definitely try to break through to the ultimate bone realm in a daze. He thought to himself. Even if he had reached the 6 changes, he would need to spend a lot of time to stabilize it. He would only try to break through to the ultimate bone realm after confirming that there was no 7 changes. Because the lack of 7 changes was the conclusion of the ancients. It was not like the great Tao of heaven and earth said that the 6 changes was the true limit. There was no way to advance further. But it was not quiet outside. Chen Fengyan was still in seclusion. No one knew where Hong Tianbu had gone to explore. The few princes who were ranked highly seemed to have disappeared all at once. No one could restrain the demon clan's envoy this time. It was very lively. To the demon clan, this time they had come to get back at them. Of course, they had no qualms about doing things. Now, even the Emperor Capital Academy was not a paradise. That Mr. Cat would come to the academy every few days to challenge Ling Han. When he could not find the right opponent, he would randomly beat people up. The cultivation of the extreme bone realm was already at the top level in the academy. Moreover, this Mr. Cat was a super genius. His battle prowess could rival that of the engravement realm. Who in the academy could contend against him? In just a few days, many people in the academy had been injured by him. This caused the Academy's disciples to complain about Mr. Cat. At the same time, they were also full of dissatisfaction with Ling Han. This disaster was caused by him. But now, he did not know where to hide, and they had to bear the consequences. In reality, Ling Han was also very innocent. Because he did not intend to hide his tracks, Mr. Cat refused to go to his place no matter what. What could he do? Until this time, when Ling Han changed his residence, the news of his return naturally spread. On the second day, Mr. Cat charged over. Since the identity of the demon clan had been exposed, the demon clan that came this time did not cover themselves with cloaks. Instead, they walked out openly. Mr. Cat lived up to his name. He was a cat demon. He had a furry cat face and his eyes were abnormally bright. There was a kind of frightening expression in them. His cultivation was as high as 4 bones, and his battle prowess had entered the engravement realm. He was a top genius among the demon clan. He came alone, and the people of the imperial capital did not dare to ambush him. Otherwise, whether it was the 4th prince or Yuan Yen, they would cause great suffering. Therefore, now that the demon clan was very restrained and did not start a massacre, the human race would definitely not dare to make an exception. He went straight to Ling Han's current residence. He had come to the academy many times and was familiar with it. Behind Mr. Cat, a large number of students followed. Some of them were purely here to watch the show, while others were hoping that Ling Han could show off his invincible might and give this demon beast a taste of suffering, teaching him a good lesson. Mr. Cat strode forward and soon arrived at the door of Ling Han's courtyard. He was very polite and walked over to knock on the door. However, no one answered. Mr. Cat revealed a displeased expression. You still want to pretend that you are not here? Coward, how cowardly. How could such a person defeat the experts of the demon clan? Mr. Cat knocked on the door again. Just as he was about to lose his patience and wanted to directly smash the door open, the door creaked open. Chapter 3374. Mr. Cat was stunned. The door opened. Mobile phones were the most convenient site for data usage. But where was the person? Which bad guy is knocking on the door so loudly? Are you trying to kill me? A childish voice came from below. Mr. Cat looked down and saw that it was a little child who opened the door. She looked at most 2 or 3 years old. She was wearing colorful clothes and looked like a little princess. Even if he was a member of the demonic race, he did not feel any anger when faced with such a cute little girl. He said amiably, "Little girl, go and call Ling Han out. Dad is cultivating. He has no time for you." This was second baby, the most mischievous of the 6 babies. Well, his only weakness was that he could not count. He could be said to be an idiot. No time. Hee, Mr. Cat sneered. Did she really think he was stupid? She did not dare to come out and fight him, but she pushed out a little girl. Did she think that she could send him away with a little cutie? Too naive. He did not waste his breath on a little girl. Instead, he forced his way through the door. Second baby sighed. What could she do if this kid wanted to be beaten up? She closed the door. Why did you close the door? Let us in too. Little girl, open the door. The students outside shouted one after another. They all wanted to see the battle between Ling Han and Mr. Cat, but the academy had its rules. The demons could break them, but they did not dare to. They could only shout from outside the door. Inside the door, Mr. Cat was surprised to find that there was a little girl standing in front of him. Eldest baby crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, "Are you the fool who wants to fight with Dad?" The corners of Mr. Cat's mouth twitched. For a moment, he did not know whether to nod or shake his head. He had indeed come to fight Ling Han early, but he was definitely not a fool. Ling Han, you're a man and you don't dare to come out. You let a few little girls deal with me. How shameless! He shouted in a low voice. What? How dare you say that Dad is shameless? Eldest baby was furious and instantly activated his violent mode. Boss, beat him to death. Yes, beat him to death. The 4th baby and the 5th baby appeared together. Ling Han was in seclusion, so they couldn't stick around and could only come out to join in the fun. All right. Elder baby rubbed her palms together and suddenly exerted strength in her legs. Pung, her body moved violently, and she charged toward Mr. Cat. So fast. Mr. Cat only saw a blur in front of him, and eldest baby was already in front of him. He leaped up high and threw a punch at his face. He didn't have time to be shocked and quickly raised his hand to block. Pang! The punch arrived, and a huge force assaulted him, causing him to retreat several steps. Fortunately, even though he was in the extreme bone realm, his maximum combat power could reach the level of inscriptions. Naturally, he would not be injured by this punch. Mr. Cat lowered his arms and looked at the eldest child who had just landed. His fighting spirit soared. Previously, he had thought that elder baby was just a baby who was trying to act cute, so it was natural that he would not want to fight him. But after that blow, he realized that elder baby had the combat power of the ultimate bone realm and was completely capable of fighting him. When he got serious, he only had eyes for his opponent, even if it was just a cute baby. Mr. Cat took the initiative to attack. Hong! He rushed out at an astonishing speed. His original form was a cat demon, and his speed was his forte. In an instant, he reached 3 times the speed of sound. This was a domain that only those in the engravement realm could reach, but he reached it easily. Eldest baby was caught off guard. Pang! He was instantly hit by the punch, and his small body flew out, crashing heavily into the flowers behind him. But in the next instant, eldest baby had already rushed out, her small face full of anger. Hong! Black energy rolled over and wrapped around her body. Oh no, boss has entered a berserk state. He's going to go berserk. 4th baby and 5th baby cried out in unison. Mr. Cat looked on and couldn't help but be shocked. Such a terrifying high-level energy. You're just a little baby, so how can you attract such a terrifying high-level energy? There's no justice in this. Mr. Cat cursed desperately in his heart, but he had no choice but to be prepared. The current eldest baby made him feel a chill in his heart. Pang! Eldest baby rushed out. Her whole body was wrapped in black energy, causing her body to double in size. She punched out, and her fist was as big as a bowl. Mr. Cat naturally could not be afraid of a little baby, and hurriedly punched out as well. But as soon as the fists touched, his expression changed, and then he was sent flying. If Ling Han was present, he would definitely shake his head incessantly. Don't you know that eldest baby is known as a violent maniac, and his specialty is his great strength? Competing with a strong baby in terms of strength. How ridiculous are you? Pang! Mr. Cat fell heavily to the ground, and his entire person was stunned. What was going on? He was sent flying by a little baby with a single blow? He must be dreaming, right? You can't even withstand a single blow. Eldest baby clapped his hands. It was easy, and he really didn't run away from the battle. You want to challenge my father with your pathetic appearance? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Mr. Cat's current outlook on life must have collapsed. He completely couldn't accept that a cute baby could be so strong. There must be a mistake somewhere. Maybe he was dreaming? He got up and shook his head vigorously. Silly cat. You're not dreaming. 2nd baby walked over, looking eager. It's my turn. Your turn? Xiao. 2nd baby immediately punched out. Fuck. Mr. Cat hurriedly dodged, but 2nd baby seemed to know that he would do this. His eyes shot out a beam of light towards Mr. Cat. This happened to be the weak point of Mr. Cat's defense. Mr. Cat couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Even he himself didn't realize this flaw. How did this little girl discover it? He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Pang! He was shot by the electric beam, and his entire body flew up again before landing heavily on the ground. His face was full of confusion. He had already been so shocked that he doubted Mr. Cat's life. He had actually lost to 2 milk babies consecutively. Ugly cat, it's my turn next. Another excited voice sounded. Mr. Cat was shocked. He hurriedly got up and looked around, but there was no one anywhere. Even when he released his divine sense, he also didn't find anyone. Was someone using divine sense to communicate with him? Pang! Before he finished thinking, he felt a sharp pain coming from the back of his head. He couldn't help but fall forward and fall to the ground. In just a short minute, he had suffered 3 defeats. This time, he finally fainted, and no longer doubted Mr. Cat's life. You really can't take a beating, 6th baby said. She couldn't be touched when she was invisible, and it could be said that almost no one could defend against her sneak attacks. Childish, 3rd baby, who had been sitting on the roof, commented disdainfully. Eldest baby grabbed one of Mr. Cat's arms and directly dragged him away. She didn't care at all that she was wearing Mr. Cat's clothes. She walked to the side of the courtyard wall and swung hard. Pa, Mr. Cat was thrown out by her. The little girl clapped her hands and smiled, showing her teeth. Done. Chapter 3376. What's wrong? Eldest baby asked. That monster is father. Second baby exclaimed. What? The Calabash brothers jumped up. This great demon was actually their father. But father is only at the blood transformation realm. He was at the peak of the 5 changes before. Even if he breaks through the limit this time, he'll only be at the 6 changes, sixth baby said. Although the 6 changes is extraordinary, there have been many geniuses who have reached the 6 changes since ancient times. I've never heard of such a phenomenon occurring in heaven and earth. Second baby, are you seeing things? Eldest baby asked suspiciously. Impossible. Second baby was very sure. She was very confident in her eye sorcery. Because he's father. Third baby said matter-of-factly. How could an ordinary person be her father? Deep within the palace, an old man in eunuch attire slowly walked out. His face was full of wrinkles, and it was hard to tell how old he was. Ah! He sighed softly and looked up at the sky. His eyes, which had been closed tightly, suddenly opened. 2 shocking bolts of lightning flashed in his eyes, as if they could tear through the dark sky. These are troubled times, the old eunuch said. His Majesty is in seclusion, but so many things have suddenly happened. Not only are the demons restless, but there's also a phenomenon occurring in heaven and earth. Look at this phenomenon. Ah! The old eunuch exclaimed. The wrinkles on his face suddenly disappeared, revealing a face that was not considered handsome, but full of dominance. This is the resonance of heaven and earth. Who can obtain the recognition of heaven and earth? Even if His Majesty has the ability to rule the world, he has never obtained the recognition of heaven and earth. Could it be that the innate divine body has appeared? The innate divine body is born from the fate of heaven and earth. It has supernatural powers that ordinary people cannot imagine. The first prince has the azure dipper celestial body. When he was born, there was indeed a phenomenon, but it was far from this scale. It can only be seen in the palace, and it lasts for a very short time. If the innate divine body is born, then the level of the innate divine body must be far higher than the first prince's. The innate divine body is born? Jean Sanine looked up at the sky and frowned. Now the world's environment has yet to recover, but a divine physique with the world's fate has actually descended. I have to say, this is really ironic. He shook his head. However, the innate divine body is of great importance. If my Jean family obtains it, it will take at most 20 years to cultivate it well. I have a feeling that the world's recovery is getting faster and faster after a short pause. If our Jean family has a god body, we can use this chance to grow fast. Maybe we can dominate the universe in the future. Immediately mobilize the family's forces to find the divine body's whereabouts. Although it is possible to form a divine body after birth, it is still inferior to the innate divine body. The heavens want our Jean family to prosper. A heaven and earth phenomenon? The fourth prince frowned. There are only 2 possibilities. One is that someone has achieved amazing achievements, causing the heavens and earth to sense it. The other is that a connate divine body has appeared. This sky is filled with gods and devils. They were all powerful beings of the heavenly ocean star who obtained the recognition of heaven and earth. That's how they were branded into the great Tao of heaven and earth. His eyes became sharp. The great era is coming. I must seize this opportunity to rise. In the future, I will also become a powerful being recognized by heaven and earth. However, if there is a connate divine body in the human race, it will not be a good thing for us demons in the future. Find this person and bring him back. It is said that the connate divine body can be used to refine medicine. Consuming it will give me a divine ability. Even if it is not as good as the connate divine body, it will still greatly increase my strength. Rumble. An earth-shattering change occurred in Ling Han's body. One shackle after another was broken, causing his life level to soar. But at the same time, the number of rainbow fruit was also decreasing. When Ling Han shattered the 4th shackle, the medicinal effect of the last rainbow fruit was also exhausted. However, this rapid evolution was not over yet. If he continued, he would have to consume his own origin, and the most obvious damage would be the reduction of his lifespan. Ling Han clenched his teeth and decided to continue. In theory, according to the time flow ratio between the Yuan world and the outside world, he was only 2 years old, and after reaching the 7th transformation, his lifespan would be more than 200 years. Thus, losing a bit of lifespan was not a big deal. He was not the Sun Jianfeng of the past. Boom, the evolution of his life level continued, but without the rainbow fruit to replenish his life force, Ling Han could only burn his own origin to advance the evolution of his life level. This made him feel extremely weak and hollow, as if he had lost something. Lifespan could not be seen, nor could it be touched. The 5th shackle was broken, but the evolution still did not stop. Fuck, are you trying to kill me? Ling Han was delighted, because the more shackles he broke, the stronger he would become. But the key was that he did not have the treasure fruit of life now, so he could only burn his own origin. Ling Han clenched his teeth and continued. After a long time, the 6th shackle was also broken, and then there was the 7th and even the 8th. When the 9th shackle was broken, the evolution finally stopped. 9 shackles. Ling Han did not know whether to be happy or cry. He was happy because the evolution of his life level this time was very large, almost equivalent to jumping 2 transformations. But also because of this, his origin should have been very seriously consumed. Perhaps he had lost 30 years of lifespan, or even 50 or 100 years. He was not too worried, because he was about to break through to the extreme bone realm, and once he reached the extreme bone realm, he would gain 50 years of lifespan. Even if he did not have much time left, if he had another 50 years of lifespan, it would be enough for him to reach the inscription realm and the enlightenment realm. He checked his body and found that his blood had not completely turned red, and there was still a faint diamond glow. His life level had increased, but his cultivation had not kept up. He would have to wait until he reached the peak of the 7th transformation before his blood could turn pure red. Wait a minute. Ling Han suddenly realized that he had not seen it with his divine sense, but with his naked eyes. Otherwise, divine sense would not be able to see color. But how was this possible? He raised his hand, and what he saw was a completely normal hand. He did not see any bones, nor did he see the flow of blood. But Ling Han was sure that what he had seen just now was not an illusion. His heart moved, and he concentrated his power in his eyes. Instantly the world changed. Time seemed to slow down, and he saw a mosquito flapping its wings 10 feet away. Even though it was so far away, and the mosquito was so small, he could still clearly see every pattern on the mosquito's wings. He was excited, and the world immediately returned to normal. Ling Han revealed a look of surprise. He had cultivated a supernatural power. It was a little like second baby's eye technique. After activating it, he could see the details clearly, and even transcend time. However, he was not as strong as second baby yet, but Ling Han believed that this was a growth type. In the future, as his cultivation level increased, it would become stronger and stronger. This was an ability that was activated after reaching the 7th transformation. Ling Han laughed out loud. This was great. Whether it was used in battle or to break arrays, it was infinitely useful. He stood up, but he could not help but feel extremely weak, and he almost sat on the ground. This was a serious depletion of his life force. He quickly took out a blood-replenishing pill and consumed it. After consuming one, the feeling of weakness was still very strong, and he quickly consumed another one. He came out of seclusion and asked the little servant girl to make a feast, and he wolfed it down. "Hey, father, your hair." Seeing Ling Han come out, the 6 milk babies all jumped over and exclaimed, "What's wrong with my hair?" Ling Han took a mirror and looked at it, but he was surprised. His head was actually full of white hair. Yes, he had consumed too much of his life force, and his hair had turned white overnight. Well, wasn't this prematurely aging? Through the mirror, Ling Han could see that his body was clearly showing weakness. His face clearly looked less than 20 years old, but there was a strong aura of decline. Without the treasure fruit of life to recover, it seemed that his hair would turn white for a while. Chapter 3377. Dad, you're amazing. Second baby came over and said, "Dad, you're amazing." Fourth baby and fifth baby said. Ling Han laughed and said, "It's all right." He still didn't know that he had triggered a phenomenon. "Dad, you're so humble. You're so calm even after triggering a phenomenon," second baby said. "Yes." Even the proud third baby nodded. "What?" Ling Han was stunned. "What phenomenon?" "Dad, you don't know at all." The 6 babies shook their heads at the same time. Under Ling Han's questioning, he finally knew what was going on. Breaking through to the 7th transformation could trigger a phenomenon. Ling Han thought to himself, let the truth be buried forever. Other than second baby, who could trace the origin, the others would only think that it was the birth of the innate divine body. No one would suspect him. Once this matter was exposed, he would gain more glory, but it would also attract the covetous eyes of many forces. A person who could trigger a phenomenon. If not for me, then I'll kill him. This was not an exaggeration. Therefore, before his strength increased, Ling Han needed to keep a low profile. Unlike Formation Dao and Alchemy Dao, which were all considered to be supplementary, no matter how astonishing Ling Han's achievements in these two areas were, it would only make other forces want to recruit him. He could completely take his time, and would not make others feel threatened. Martial art was different. There was only one boss, just like Chen Fengyan who ruled the world. Who dared to go against him? Strength, strength. Ling Han's eyes flashed. After breaking through to the 7th transformation, Ling Han finally had the right to look down on those of the same cultivation level. Aside from him, there was no one else in Black North Country who could cause a heavenly phenomenon, which proved that he had reached an unprecedented level in the blood transformation tier. Dad, your origin is seriously damaged. Second baby used his eye sorcery and looked at Ling Han carefully. Ling Han nodded. Without the treasure fruit of life, he still tore through the 5 shackles. He must have consumed a lot of life origin. I lost at least 100 years of life, second baby said solemnly. Also, my Dao foundation is damaged and needs to be repaired as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be big problems in the future. His Dao foundation is damaged. Ling Han was shocked. He wasn't afraid of the reduction of his lifespan. After all, he could still live for a long time. There would always be a way to make up for it. However, the damage to his Dao foundation would be serious. Don't worry. You'll be able to recover if you eat a few more treasured fruits of life, third baby said nonchalantly. Yes. Second baby nodded. Moreover, as long as 7th sister is born, she will have a way to solve the problem of daddy's origin being damaged. Ling Han was surprised. What kind of abilities did 7th baby have? He first ate a meal, and after a good rest, he couldn't help but be curious about his own strength. After breaking through to the 7th transformation, he knew that he was definitely very strong, but just how strong was he? The strength measuring device definitely could not be used, as it could only measure a strength of 10 million gene. Therefore, Ling Han could only use the strength of 1 bone for comparison. He had elder baby spar with him to test his strength. In the end, his strength had already broken through 1 bone, but it hadn't reached 2 bones. His speed had soared to 2 times the speed of sound, but when he used the shuttle steps, he didn't break through 3 times the speed of sound. Instead it was 7 times the speed of sound. This was because the level of the shuttle steps was not high enough. As his cultivation increased, it was less and less helpful to him. Perhaps when he reached the enlightening realm, it would no longer make a difference whether he used the shuttle steps or not. He had to get a new set of movement skills. What surprised Ling Han the most was that his mental strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He could now pick up things that weighed more than 100 gene. Because of this sudden improvement, the speed at which he drove the flying sword had reached 6 times the speed of sound. This was enough to make it impossible for a Paramount Bone Realm cultivator to dodge or block even if they could see him. In other words, he could kill a Paramount Bone Realm cultivator in a second. Daddy, your telekinesis has reached 4 stars. It has already surpassed the realm, 6th baby said. Ling Han looked at the mass of air, feeling slightly awkward. Talking to a mass of air or talking to a mass of air. No matter how he thought about it, it was very awkward. What's the rating for this 4 stars? He asked because the 5th prince of the demon clan seemed to have said the same thing about Hong Tian's steps. 4 stars of telekinesis corresponds to the engravement realm, 5 stars corresponds to the enlightening realm, and 6 stars corresponds to the mystery-seeking realm, 6th baby explained. So that's how it is. Ling Han thought to himself. If they were ranked according to beginner, intermediate, high, and master levels, then the engravement realm would be the limit. However, the strongest person in the martial art realm was only at the enlightening realm, and the others couldn't reach 5 stars of telekinesis. It was indeed enough to use the intermediate, and high levels. Ling Han shook his head and didn't dwell on it. It was just a title anyway. Just like the illuminating pulse realm, it didn't matter if it was called the upper heaven realm or the 9 heaven realm. He returned to his residence and found out that Mr. Cat from the demon clan had come to challenge him and been defeated by him. Defeated by him. Ling Han looked at the 5 milk babies, who all gave him strange smiles. Okay, it's these guys. Ling Han was surprised. He heard from Lien Xuerong that although Mr. Cat's cultivation was at the extreme bone realm, his battle strength could reach the engravement realm, but now he was defeated by a few milk babies. It seemed that he had underestimated these babies. Ling Han roared from outside. Come out and fight me. Who was it? Ling Han was puzzled. Dad, it's that stupid cat again. Second baby glanced. The layers of walls couldn't block her vision. Mr. Cat was here again. Of course Mr. Cat was here. Others thought that he was defeated by Ling Han, but only he knew that it wasn't the case at all. So after he was carried back for a simple treatment, he rested for a day, and then he came back. He didn't even meet the real master before he was defeated and returned to the demon clan dejectedly. He couldn't do it. He was a super genius among the younger generation of the demon clan, and he couldn't afford to lose face like this. Ling Han thought about it and decided to go out and meet this demon clan expert. It just so happened that he had just broken through to the 7th transformation and needed an opponent to test the limits of his spiritual power. Of course, he couldn't really use his killer move against the milk babies. Outside, everyone was watching forcefully. Why do you think the demon clan is so thick-skinned? He was just knocked unconscious and carried away, and now he's here again. Hey, after the 5th prince was defeated last time, isn't the 4th prince here now? This is the tradition. Oh, so the demon clan is so shameless. The people around were discussing, and some were even talking very loudly, completely unafraid of being heard by Mr. Cat, who asked Mr. Cat to be too arrogant and beat up many people in the academy. Now, naturally, everyone wanted to step on him. Mr. Cat's face was covered in frost. He swore that he would never go in again this time. He would make Ling Han come out and fight him fair and square. He would defeat Ling Han in front of everyone and rebuild the prestige of the demon clan. Chapter 3378. Creak, the door opened, and a person walked out. He had a head full of gray hair, giving off the feeling that he was an incomparably old man. Who is it? I've never heard of an old servant in the academy, right? However, when everyone saw the face of this white-haired man, they all revealed shocked expressions. It was actually Ling Han. How could that be? Wasn't he supposed to be a heroic young man? I know, he definitely forcefully broke through, injuring his foundation. Someone said. Yes, that's the only explanation. If you hurt your foundation, your hair will turn white overnight. It's over. I heard that he forcefully broke through during the big hunting match, and now he's doing it again. No wonder he looks so haggard. Sigh. Didn't I ruin a good hand? Everyone shook their heads. Some of them felt that it was a pity, while others sneered. If Ling Han really became second in the Hongtian steps, wouldn't he be suppressed to the point where he wouldn't be able to lift his head or straighten his back? Mr. Cat let out a cold smirk as well. So, Ling Han was really in seclusion earlier on. What a pity, that foolish human had dug his own grave. Ling Han, do you dare to duel with me? He asked. Ling Han looked him up and down and said, What qualifications do you have to fight with me? This was full of disdain. Mr. Cat was immediately enraged, but he forcibly suppressed his anger. I'm a super genius of the Yu dynasty, and my talent can be ranked in the top 20 among the youths. I'm not qualified to fight you. Ling Han picked his ear. Barely enough for me to beat you up. Impudent. Mr. Cat could not bear it any longer. Xiao. His figure suddenly shot towards Ling Han. 3 times the speed of sound was terrifying. Ling Han responded by remaining calm. His body didn't move, and he just punched out. Sneered the young master. He had 4 bones, and his battle strength had reached the engravement realm. Would he be afraid of fighting a blood transformation cultivator head-on? Can't even withstand a single blow, he said. He brandished his claw and slashed towards Ling Han, slashing out 5 incomparably fierce streams of energy. Bam! The fist force and the claw force collided, instantly forming a huge collision, and both sides were annihilated. What? Mr. Cat was taken aback, a look of disbelief on his face. Ling Han's strength was actually not much weaker than his own. This human was only at the blood transformation realm. If this was his first time fighting against Ling Han, then he wouldn't mind. He could slowly display his might and be filled with confidence. But now it was different. He had already lost to Ling Han once, so he had to win beautifully to clear his name. Boom! His blood chi immediately surged as he entered an explosive state. In any case, the demons could stop their eruption at any time. There was only a time limit. Puny human. He once more attacked, reaching 5 times the speed of sound. Even blood transformation experts would find it difficult to defend against this attack. It was just too fast. Right now, his strength was comparable to a one-vein cultivator. Whether it was strength or speed, he had the complete upper hand. Was there any possibility of losing? At this moment, he suddenly saw a cold light shooting toward him at an astonishing speed. 6 times the speed of sound, right? He was already moving at 4 times the speed of sound, and the cold light was moving at 6 times the speed of sound. Naturally, the speed at which he flew over was indescribably fast. Young Master Cat was shocked. 6 times the speed of sound? What kind of joke was this? Even if he used all his strength, his attack would only reach 4 times the speed of sound. 6 times the speed of sound was too exaggerated, and under relative motion it was 10 times the speed of sound. Seeing that the cold light was about to reach him, he could only concentrate all his strength on the place where the cold light would hit and take this attack head-on. Blood splattered, and a small sword had already appeared on young Master Cat's shoulder, all the way to the hilt. Young Master Cat couldn't help but be shocked. His defense was almost useless, and the flying sword had still completely pierced through. And what if Ling Han had not aimed at the shoulder, but the heart? Would he still be alive now? No matter how thick-skinned young Master Cat was, he had to admit that he had lost, and this was because Ling Han had not wanted to kill him. Otherwise, he would already be dead. Leave the sword and go, Ling Han said lightly. He did not have any deep hatred with the demons, and he did not want to kill them all. Young Master Cat's expression changed again and again. He had lost very unjustly. He had not expected Ling Han to have such a move. 4-star telekinesis. He gritted his teeth. And you can even manipulate objects. I really underestimated you. If he had known that Ling Han was a telekinesis master, he would never have thought of fighting Ling Han in close combat. He would have just kept a distance and slowly attacked. There was no other way. Although all the demons were talented and could almost all use high-level energy, in fact, there were very few telekinesis masters. Their talents were all in their physique, and they were born strong. Heaven was fair, and he could not take advantage of everything, right? Therefore, young Master Cat did not expect Ling Han to be able to manipulate objects with telekinesis. As a result, he was defeated in one move. He pulled out the small sword. Puff, blood spurted out, but he did not feel anything. He threw the small sword on the ground, turned around and flew away. He had no excuse for losing twice. Ling Han! Ling Han! Ling Han! The students were all cheering. They had not even seen the first battle, and young Master Cat had suddenly been defeated. Now that they had seen this battle with their own eyes, they were naturally excited. Although they had not seen the battle clearly. They had only seen young Master Cat suddenly being struck by a sword. In any case, Ling Han was very awesome. Humph, what's there to be proud of? He lost his source twice. It's impossible for him to break through to the ultimate bone realm. Someone was jealous and made sarcastic remarks. Scram. If you can defeat the demon race, even if you are paralyzed after the battle, I will admire you for the rest of my life. This person was immediately retorted. This was the pride of a race, and you dared to pour cold water on it? Did you have a conscience? That's right. In order to defeat the demon race, Ling Han did not hesitate to consume his source to break through. How great is that? You dare to slander him? Beat this bastard to death. The crowd was enraged, and they all rushed towards that person. Soon, that person was drowned. Meanwhile, Ling Han was dazed. He wasn't that great. What did his desire to become strong have to do with the demon race? Whatever, he was too lazy to explain. Ling Han smiled at the crowd and returned to his room. The problem now was that he had to find the life fruit. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't dare break through to the ultimate bone realm. That would really be courting death. Ling Han's battle once more caused a huge commotion in the capital. Previously, the demon race had been filled with confidence, thinking that Yuan Ying would be able to stop Hong Tianbu, and young Master Cat would be able to perfectly deal with Ling Han. That was proof that the demon race was stronger than the human race. But even with the advantage of an entire realm, young Master Cat had still been miserably defeated by Ling Han. How could the demon race endure that? But a day later, the demon race's Yu Wening sent word to Ling Han that as long as Ling Han could endure his attacks for 10 seconds, it would be considered Ling Han's victory. This news once more caused a huge commotion. An engravement realm expert was actually challenging a blood transformation realm expert? Did he still have any shame? Chapter 3380. Ling Han smiled faintly. Cut the crap. Did you bring the fruit of life? Yu Wening was immediately angered. What kind of attitude was that? You've never seen the world before. It's just some fruit of life. They're nothing to us demons, said the fourth prince. With a wave of his hand, a basket filled with fruit of life appeared on the ground. There were at least 40 of them. However, only the fourth prince knew that he could only take out so many fruit of life. After all, the fruit of life was much rarer than the fruit of life that could increase one's cultivation. But in order to show off the demon race's bountiful resources, he naturally played it down. Ling Han smiled. Very good, he could finally scam them. Let's fight, said Yu Wening. Ling Han waved his hand. What's the rush? It's not like I'm in a hurry to reincarnate. Did this brat know how to speak human language? Why did he feel like he was about to die from anger? Yu Wenying's chest heaved. He swore that he wouldn't give Ling Han a chance to surrender. He would definitely kill him. Ling Han smiled. I don't know if you're strong or weak. I'll have to see if you're qualified to fight me first. Damn. Everyone was speechless. This guy had the power of an awakening realm cultivator. How was he qualified to fight him? Here, I have a pig here. If you can kill it within 10 seconds, I'll fight with you, Ling Han said to Yu Wening as he picked up the perverted pig from the arms of the little female attendant. This was a naked humiliation. Yu Wening couldn't take it anymore. His yellow hair stood on end. He really wanted to kill someone right now. Come here, he said coldly. Ling Han shook his head. You don't dare? Yu Wenying's chest heaved up and down. After a while he said, Fine, I'll see how many crooked tricks you have up your sleeve today. 5 fruit of life. Don't forget, Ling Han said to the fourth prince. Fuck, you really dare to ask? A pig's life is worth 5 treasure fruits of life. The fourth prince of the demon race instantly had the urge to strangle Ling Han to death. However, after thinking about it, this pig would definitely be punched to death by Yu Wening, so it didn't matter. All right. He took out 5 life-treasured fruits, placed them on a jade plate, and placed them on the ground. Ling Han smiled. Very good. Just like that, he had earned 5 treasure fruits of life. He raised his hand, and as the pig squealed, it fell to the ground with a thud. Yu Wening snorted and casually threw a punch at the fat pig. How could a weakling like Fat Pig dodge it? It was immediately hit, but Fat Pig's defense was invincible. This attack did not cause any damage to it at all. It only made it roll over a few times. Goo! The fat pig was infuriated. You, a lion mantis that only possessed a tiny bit of a divine beast's bloodline, actually dared to attack this Uncle Pig. What? Everyone was startled. No matter how casual Yu Wening had been, his attack should have been enough to kill a pig hundreds of times over. But it hadn't injured the pig in the slightest. Strange. Even Yu Wening was startled. He naturally knew just how much power his attack had contained. Let alone a pig, even a blood transformation expert would be instantly killed. Strange. 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds left, said Ling Han. He had been so shocked that he'd forgotten about the bet. Yu Wening hurriedly attacked the fat pig once more. Bang bang bang. The fat pig was sent flying, squealing in fury. But those attacks hadn't injured it in the slightest. 10 seconds passed in an instant. The fat pig was still safe and sound. Many thanks for your patronage. Ling Han smiled and picked up the 5 treasure fruits of life. Yu Wening was speechless. He was comparable to an awakening expert, but he was actually unable to injure a seemingly ordinary pig. How could he endure this? What else could he say? Do you still want to bet? Asked Ling Han. Of course, said Yu Wening. He definitely didn't believe that Ling Han could be like this pig. Ling Han looked at the fourth prince. 5 treasure fruits of life, please. The fourth prince's mouth twitched. Why did it feel like Ling Han was here to scam the treasure fruits of life? But could he admit defeat now? He snorted and took out 5 treasure fruits, placing them on the jade plate once more. Ling Han, come and fight, said Yuan. He had never wanted to beat up a puny blood transformation expert so much. Ling Han was simply too hateful. Ling Han snickered and said, "Third baby, go." Third baby was clearly very dissatisfied. A stupid demon actually wanted her to personally fight? Sigh. Seeing as she was trying to scam treasures for her father, she'd just do it reluctantly. The little girl clasped her hands behind her back and entered the field. Damn, what a little girl. Everyone felt a little dizzy. A cute little girl actually wanted to fight Yuan. That was too much. Yuan also broke into laughter, and said, "Ling Han, are you joking? Stinky 8 freak. You dare look down on me." Third baby was furious. "Shoo," she rushed out. Ha! What? Her rush made everyone's scalps go numb. That was too much. This little girl could actually burst out at twice the speed of sound. Ultimate Bone Realm, a 2 or 3-year-old Ultimate Bone Realm cultivator. Heavens, how could anyone believe that? Yuan Ying's expression turned serious. He was indeed a little shocked at the fact that a 2 or 3-year-old had reached the Ultimate Bone Realm, but the Ultimate Bone Realm was nothing in his eyes. He very casually struck out with his palm. Pong! The wind from the palm hit. Third baby's body tilted slightly, but she was not injured at all. In terms of combat ability, third baby was not the strongest among the 6 children, but in terms of defense, she was definitely number 1. Hiss! Everyone gasped, and they felt that this day was simply like a dream. A little pink pig and a little baby had actually taken on the combat ability of an awakening realm cultivator. How could anyone accept this? Yuan no longer dared to look down on third baby. With a loud roar, he gave it his all. If he could not suppress a little baby in 10 seconds, where would his face be? But the problem was, he really could not do anything to third baby. 10 seconds passed quickly, and third baby was unaffected. Ling Han chuckled and walked towards the treasure fruit. He smiled. "Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage." He put away the treasure fruit. Now that he had 10, he should be able to repair his Tao foundation. Eat. He did not stand on ceremony. He casually wiped the fruit and began to chew on it. Yuan Ying's face was as black as it could get. He clearly had the power to sweep through Xianbei country, but he'd been defeated by a piglet and a milk baby. The gap was so huge that he couldn't speak. Depressing. Extremely depressing. Ling Han smiled. "Do you still want to play with me?" "Come," Yuan said in a low voice. He did not believe that Ling Han could also have an unparalleled defense. "You can use any method, right?" Ling Han asked again. "Up to you," Yuan said lightly. Ling Han looked at the 4th demon prince. "Please give me 5 treasure fruits of life." "You're at it again." Chapter 3381. Memorize 69 books in 1 second. Update fast. Free. You only care about money. The 4th prince took out another 5 treasure fruits of life and placed them on the jade plate. He endured. This time, it was Ling Han's turn. Unlike the pink pig and milk boy, who would be unpredictable. Therefore, as long as he endured a little longer, Yuan would be able to beat this bastard up. No, kill this bastard. A mere blood transformation realm cultivator would not have any accidents, even if he defeated Mr. Cat. Yuan also took a look and turned back. "Can we fight now?" Ling Han waved his hand. Pa pa pa. Instantly, 33 formation bases appeared on the ground. "Come on." Formation. Yuan sneered. He had long understood that the current human formation masters were at most at the so-called Grandmaster level. The formations they set up were at most comparable to the engraved realm. Yes, he was indeed at the engraved realm, but his combat power was at the enlightened realm. What formation could stop him? Humph, he would be able to destroy the formation with a single move, and then defeat and kill Ling Han as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He thought. After being toyed with by Ling Han over and over again, killing intent had already risen in his heart. He charged out, wanting to destroy the formation in the most domineering manner in one go, and crush Ling Han into pieces. But when he rushed into the formation, he immediately realized that something was wrong. A terrifying force immediately slowed him down. Then, his waist involuntarily bent down. Yuan Ying's expression changed. This force was too terrifying. One had to know that this formation was used to suppress the Vajra general. What was the Vajra general's greatest characteristic? The defense of cross-training Vajra was impenetrable. Therefore, since this 33 layers Vajra formation was used to suppress the Vajra general, its destructive power must be at the enlightened realm. Yuan hurriedly used all his strength and immediately resisted the suppression of the formation. His combat power was at the level of the enlightening state. The formation did give him some pressure, but it was not enough to suppress him. Boom, boom, boom. He continued to attack, unleashing violent attacks. In just a few attacks, all of the spell formation bases were trembling, and then one of them flew up into the air. Instantly, the power of the spell formation disappeared. Yuan rushed out and punched at Ling Han. 24 seconds, Ling Han said faintly, not dodging. Yuan came to an abrupt stop. 24 seconds. He had used 24 seconds to break the formation. In other words, Ling Han had lasted more than 10 seconds. He was extremely depressed. Of course, this was not because Ling Han's battle prowess was impressive, but because he felt very wronged. Thanks. Ling Han walked over and put away the 5 treasured fruits of life. He had already eaten a fruit of life, and it was taking effect right now. Waves of life energy were circulating in his body, repairing his Tao foundation. Do you still want to play? Ling Han laughed. Seeing the gloomy faces of Yuan and the 4th prince of the demon race, he smiled and said, I promise I won't lay another formation again. Come on. The 4th prince of the demon race said. If he stopped here, he would really lose face today. He threw out another 5 treasured fruits of life. He didn't believe that Ling Han had any more tricks up his sleeve. Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. He had already failed 3 times. He took a deep breath and looked at Ling Han for a while. This time, he suddenly attacked, slapping at Ling Han. Ling Han stood with his hands behind his back, showing no intention of dodging or blocking. Courting death. Yuan sneered. If he let him attack, even an enlightening cultivator wouldn't be able to take more than a few moves from him. Do you think you're a secret-seeking cultivator? Boom, the palm landed. Oh no! How can he take it? Is Ling Han looking for death? Everyone shook their heads. He was really showing off too much. What? But in the next instant, everyone's mouths were wide open in shock. A golden light shone from Ling Han's body, turning into a shield that protected him and withstood Yuan attack. How was this possible? Wasn't Ling Han only at the blood transformation realm? Looking at his declining qi and blood and his white hair, he had obviously used up too much of his life force, which was why he needed the treasured fruit of life. How could a blood transformation realm in such a weakened state withstand an attack as strong as an enlightening realm cultivator's? How could they believe it? Treasure Ama. Yuan gritted his teeth. He was the one involved, so he naturally knew that the golden light didn't come from Ling Han's body, but from his clothes. It looked ordinary at first, but now it was different. There were mysterious patterns on it. This was the precipice array. How did he draw it? Using his own blood, Ling Han could use it as the ink of the pinnacle bone tier. Although it still couldn't match the battle prowess of the opening tier, it was more than enough to last for 10 seconds. What he had been preparing for these days was to create the precipice array. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ling Han was still counting down. Yuan roared and attacked Ling Han with all his might. Cracks instantly appeared on the golden shield, but it didn't shatter immediately. Instead, it could hold on for a while. 7, 8, 9, 10. Ling Han counted. Even when he counted to 10, the golden shield still didn't shatter, although it was almost done. But he did hold on for another 10 seconds. The precipice array lived up to its name. Yuan stopped. 10,000 thoughts ran through his mind. Was there such a thing? What kind of lousy opponent was this? He didn't care about strength at all. First he used the array, then he used the treasure armor. Although both could only hold him off temporarily, who asked him to say that it would be enough for Ling Han to hold on for 10 seconds? This was called getting caught in a trap of one's own making. Ling Han laughed. You admit it. Fuck you. Yuan cursed in his heart. But he was at the engravement realm. Did he have the nerve to ask a blood transformation realm cultivator to fight him? How shameless could he be? Ling Han first put away the fruit and then looked at the 4th prince. Do you want to play one last round? The 4th prince's expression was dark. He now knew that Ling Han had come to swindle him out of his treasured life fruits. If he agreed, this fellow would definitely use some strange trick. Do you really think I'm a fool? Ling Han chuckled and said, how about this? This time, I guarantee that I will only use my own strength. How about no formations, no treasured tools, and no external power? Really? Asked the fourth prince. He really was unwilling to accept that he had been cheated by Ling Han so many times. Of course. Ling Han smiled. But this time the stakes will be a bit higher. You'll have to bet all your remaining treasured life fruits. And if I lose, I'll return everything I won from before to you. The fourth prince was actually a bit hesitant. Ling Han's expression was too confident. Fourth imperial prince, agree to his request, Yuan interrupted. He did not believe that without any external help, Ling Han would be able to last 10 seconds against him. All right. The fourth prince slowly nodded. Chapter 3382. Another 10 seconds passed. Everyone looked at Ling Han, and then looked at Yuan. They all felt that it was very unlikely. Ling Han was definitely not an idiot. On the contrary, he was extremely intelligent, and used a lot of tricks. First, he used a pig, then a milk baby, then he used a formation, then a treasured armor, and had already resisted Yuan for 4 seconds. Another 10 seconds didn't seem strange at all. It's different this time. He can't use any tricks and can only rely on his own strength. Resisting for 10 seconds is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He might even lose his life, someone said. Then why is Ling Han provoking him? Someone didn't understand. Maybe he's getting carried away, or maybe he wants to risk it all for the treasured fruit of life. That's true. If there were so many treasured fruits of life in front of me, I'd be willing to risk it all. In the midst of everyone's heated discussion, Yuan looked coldly at Ling Han. His blood and qi directly boiled. This time, he wanted to kill Ling Han with a thunderous blow. He wanted to tell these puny humans that compared to the Yao race, they were far too lacking. Ling Han didn't dare to be careless. His blood qi also boiled. Boom! The power in his body surged, and a faint diamond light appeared. It took the form of a human, like an ancient monarch, exuding a terrifying aura. 5 transformations. Blood qi condensed into a human, but Ling Han hadn't reached the 5 or 6 transformations. He had reached the 7 transformations. Although his blood qi still took the form of a human, its aura far surpassed that of a monarch. Yuan couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. He frowned and didn't attack immediately. Instead he said, Blood qi Emperor, you've reached the 6 transformations. 5 transformations was just a human. How could his aura be as terrifying as a monarch's? Ling Han was slightly surprised. You have good eyes. Humph. Yuan said proudly. You think you're the only one who's reached the 6 transformations? It was said that out of 10 people with 20 meridians, only one could reach the 6 transformations. Although this ratio was a bit low, there were actually quite a few people with 20 meridians. There were at least 20 or 30 of them in the capital. Therefore there were at least 2 or 3 people who had reached the 6 transformations, and a monster like Hong Tianbu had definitely crossed it. The demon race was very strong, and their overall level of martial art might even be higher than that of the human race. Therefore they definitely had more geniuses who had reached the 6 changes. Ling Han chuckled. He wasn't at the 6th transformation, but rather, the 7th transformation. That was a level that no one had ever been able to reach. Of course, he wouldn't take the initiative to say it. It would be better to let everyone think that he had undergone 6 transformations. There was no need for him to be in the limelight. Come. He crooked his finger. Yuan revealed a cruel smile. Personally killing a 6 transformation genius should give him a great sense of accomplishment. He suddenly rushed out, and before he arrived, he let out a roar. Heaven shaking. Incomparably terrifying. This was not a simple roar. It carried an incomparably terrifying deterrent force, and its speed far surpassed the transmission of ordinary sound waves. Lion's roar. Ling Han snorted. With a thought, the blood qi condensed into a humanoid figure above his head and rushed towards Yuan. One of the characteristics of the blood transformation tier was that the baleful qi condensed from blood qi had the effect of intimidating one's heart. This naturally had negligible deterrent force towards the engravement tier, but Ling Han was at the 7th transformation, and having cultivated to this tier, he had even caused a heavenly phenomenon. If one were to say that there was nothing special about his baleful qi, even Ling Han himself wouldn't believe it. Hong, the baleful qi rushed out. This was an aura, and from a certain perspective, it was similar to psychokinesis. Its speed was far above the speed of sound, and it arrived first. The blood qi condensed into a humanoid figure punched out, striking towards Yuan Ying. Yuan Ying scoffed. The sixth transformation was Emperor Blood Qi, and as the baleful qi surged out, there was a crushing aura like that of an emperor. This was indeed very awesome, and even some weaker ultimate bone tier cultivators would be affected. But who was he? Not only was he an engravement tier elite, but he had also cultivated to the sixth transformation. Emperor Blood Qi. Was there a need to be concerned? He directly met the attack. He believed that with this roar, Ling Han would definitely enter a state of dizziness. Then, if he followed up with another attack, he would be able to directly send his opponent on his way. This was the suppression of strength. Hong, a frightening baleful qi assaulted him. Yuan Ying could not help but freeze, and an obviously dumbfounded expression appeared on his face. This baleful qi was too frightening, and even he was affected. How was this possible? How could he possibly be affected? However, Yuan Ying was Yuan Ying, after all. Such a frightening baleful qi only affected him slightly, and he immediately recovered. After all, he was an existence of the engravement tier. 3, 4, 5. Ling Han was counting. Just like this, he had already used up half the time. Yuan Ying smirked coldly. Since he had already suffered once, how could he possibly repeat the same mistake? He tapped his foot again, and pung, he exploded out with 4 times the speed of sound. So fast. Ling Han raised his hand, and xiao, a cold light immediately shot towards Yuan Ying. 6 times the speed of sound. A shocked expression involuntarily flashed across Yuan Ying's face, as if he did not believe that Ling Han could unleash an attack that was 6 times the speed of sound. However, he immediately reacted, opening his mouth and spitting out a ball of fierce flames. High-level energy. This fierce flame was extremely frightening. When the flying sword passed through it, it was actually forcibly burned until it softened. Though it still struck Yuan Ying's body, it had lost its sharpness, and its power was naturally greatly reduced. Yuan Ying's figure practically did not pause, and he once again charged towards Ling Han. This was only the 6th second. Yuan Ying raised his right fist high, a look of cherishing talent in his eyes. To be able to affect him slightly, and even force him to use his ultimate move, this human brat was indeed not simple. If he were a member of the Yao race, Yuan Ying would not mind giving him some guidance, but now, die. His fist descended, merciless. Ling Han gave a long howl, and his figure retreated, his fist swinging repeatedly. Thunder Light Fist. Xiao, 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 xiao. The speed was too fast, and the entire sky was filled with fist imprints. Pang, pang, pang. These fist imprints were the first to meet the lion's roar. Instantly, it was as if they had been compressed, and actually completely changed shape. When the crowd saw this, they could not help but be shocked. So the power of Yuan Ying's roar was actually so terrifying. You can't run, Yuan Ying said with a cold smile. He was 4 times the speed of sound, while Ling Han was only slightly more than twice that. He only needed 1 or 2 seconds to catch up. Ling Han's expression was calm, and his thunder light fist did not stop. 7 seconds, 8 seconds, 9 seconds. The thunder light fist still had some effect on Yuan Ying, but when the 9th second was about to end, Yuan Ying still charged in front of Ling Han, and punched out. This time, Ling Han had nowhere to retreat. Ling Han's pupils contracted, and he had already activated his eye technique. Yuan Ying's attack immediately became incomparably slow, allowing him to see clearly. He immediately punched out with his right fist, and struck at the weakest point of Yuan Ying's attack. Demon Monkey Fist, frequency attack, 30 stacks, no, 40 stacks. After advancing to the 7th change, he finally had a great breakthrough in the use of the Demon Monkey Fist. Boom, a terrifying demon monkey appeared, towering between heaven and earth, savage and ruthless. Yuan Ying instantly revealed an expression of shock. What? Ling Han could actually use such a terrifying fist technique. Moreover, he had even manifested the form of an ancient demon monkey. Chapter 3384. Now, in addition to the heated discussion about Ling Han blocking Yuan Ying for 10 seconds, everyone in the capital was curious about Xueqi's identity. Such a strong man was willing to stay in the palace and be a eunuch? His Majesty was too wise and powerful. Ling Han finally returned to the academy. He closed the door and refused to see anyone. He needed to repair his Taoist foundation. Second baby, can you see that old woman? Oh no, that old man Zhu's cultivation? Ling Han asked casually. He was also very curious about Xueqi's cultivation. He almost called him an old eunuch, but he wanted to set an example. How could he say such a thing? That old eunuch is from the secret realm, second baby answered. Ling Han couldn't help but sigh. He purposely stopped the word old eunuch. He didn't expect that this little girl didn't need him to teach her bad things at all. What a failure. He didn't want to think about the education of these children. If he wanted to swear, then so be it. It was fine as long as he didn't change his principles. Strange. Why was a strong man from the secret realm willing to be an old eunuch? Look, the 4 marshals and senior grand tutor Hong were so powerful. Why was Xueqi willing to hide his name and even cripple one of his legs? Ling Han shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. He took out the treasure fruit of life and continued to eat it to repair his Taoist foundation. After eating 7 fruits in a row, second baby finally nodded and said that his Taoist foundation had been restored. Ling Han was relieved. The white hair only affected his appearance, which he didn't care about. The damage to his Taoist foundation was fatal. It would affect his future. He still had some internal losses, so he continued to eat the treasure fruit of life. After eating another 5, his spirit was finally restored to its peak. Looking in the mirror, he saw that his hair had returned to its black color. There was a kind of flowing light flashing, which made him look extremely powerful. Handsome. Ling Han smiled with satisfaction. He should be completely recovered. Second baby gave him a detailed examination and said, "Father, you still lost about 50 years of life. This is something that even the treasure fruit of life can't repair." Ling Han nodded. Although he had repaired it in time, it was impossible for a broken bottle to be flawless no matter how he glued it back together. He could afford to lose 50 years. At most, he would not break through like this in the future. His next goal was to rush to the peak of the 7 transformations, then break through the extreme bone and embark on a new journey. Unfortunately, he only had the treasure fruit of life with him. He had already eaten all the other treasure fruits, so he could only rely on pills and formations to speed up his cultivation. In fact, this was not considered slow, but Ling Han was already used to the rapid improvement of heavenly treasures. Returning to the rhythm of elixirs and array formations, he naturally felt that the progress was slow. Actually, this was also good. Cultivation should be done step by step. Father. Sixth baby ran over. Of course, his voice was not visible. What's wrong? Ling Han asked. Seventh baby has been born, sixth baby said. Ling Han immediately stood up. This guy who was so lazy that he was late to the world had finally come out. He ran over and saw that the last bottle gourd had indeed opened. A little baby crawled out, but it was only halfway through when it hung there. Its upper body was sticking out, but its lower body was still in the bottle gourd. What's going on? Ling Han asked. The other 5 babies were all here. She fell asleep again, eldest baby said helplessly. That's fine too. Ling Han imagined this scene. 7th baby struggled to open the bottle gourd and finally came out. But after climbing halfway, she realized that since she had already come out, there was no hurry. She might as well sleep again. Then, she decisively began to sleep again. Ling Han felt like he was going crazy. How lazy was this 7th baby? He went over and grabbed 7th baby. He saw that this baby was also a beautiful mess. He was the kind of baby that would make people want to dig out their hearts and lungs with just one look. But he was so lazy that it was a terminal illness. Ling Han slapped his butt. Ha! He was surprised to find that the power of this slap was absorbed. As long as the power doesn't exceed the limit, 7th baby can absorb it, 2nd baby explained. A special ability for lazy people, 3rd baby commented, still cold and aloof. Ling Han smiled and put 7th baby down. This ability to absorb any kind of power was indeed the most practical ability for lazy people. He couldn't wake it up no matter how much he called it. He planned to study Grandmaster level matrices and elixirs. Now that his mentality had increased, his complementary abilities had to keep up. Bang bang bang. But his butt hadn't even warmed up when someone knocked on the door. Who was knocking on the door so urgently? He went out to open the door and saw 2 armored officers standing at the door. What was going on? Ling Han? One of the officers asked. That's right. Ling Han nodded. Come with us. Senior Grand Tutor Hong has summoned you. The 2 officers looked cold and businesslike. Senior Grand Tutor Hong had summoned him. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come with us. Seeing that Ling Han was still hesitating, one of the officers suddenly showed an impatient expression. Ling Han was displeased and said, Am I a criminal? The other officer said proudly, Senior Grand Tutor Hong has summoned you. How dare you make him wait? Haha, if Senior Grand Tutor Hong has summoned me, of course I will go pay my respects, Ling Han said lightly. But I'm not a criminal. Can't I make preparations? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and go. One of the officers reached out to grab Ling Han. Ling Han shook his head. This person definitely didn't know his specific identity, or else he wouldn't have done this. He just brushed lightly, and the officer was pushed back. How dare you attack a soldier of the Empire? The officer was angry and embarrassed. Ling Han had dared to attack him, and he wasn't a match at all. You're so careless. It's good enough that I didn't hit you, Ling Han said lightly. He called the little servant girl over, and after giving her some instructions, he said to the 2 officers, Let's go. The 2 officers looked at him with dissatisfaction. This person was too arrogant. He dared to make them and Senior Grand Tutor Hong wait for so long. Just wait and see. They couldn't do anything about it. After seeing Senior Grand Tutor Hong, could he still be so arrogant? Under the guidance of the 2 officers, Ling Han arrived at the Hong residence. Hong Tianbu had walked out of this place, becoming a heaven-suppressing monster with an illustrious reputation. Ling Han paused for a moment before starting again. The 2 officers looked at each other and smiled, thinking that Ling Han was finally afraid. This was natural. The Hong residence was a dignified place second only to the Imperial Palace. It had the senior Grand Tutor and an engravement realm expert. Ling Han followed the 2 into the Hong residence, and after a few turns, he finally arrived outside a study. An officer knocked on the door and said respectfully, Sir, I've brought Ling Han here. Come in. A voice came from inside. The officer pushed the door open and raised his chin at Ling Han, indicating for him to enter. Ling Han smiled and walked in. Behind him, the 2 military officers closed the door again and stood solemnly on both sides, as if they were guarding the door. Chapter 3385. This was a study. Other than rows of bookshelves, there was also a desk, and Senior Tutor Hong was sitting behind it. Senior Tutor Hong. Ling Han cupped his fists. Senior Tutor Hong raised his head to look at Ling Han. A few days ago, did you go to the Eternal Moon ancient ruins? Ling Han's heart jumped. Here it comes. He nodded. I did. Senior Tutor Hong stared at him. I just received news that you killed Jining City Lord Yue. Is that true? That's right, it's true. Ling Han nodded again. Good, since you've admitted it, there's nothing more to say. According to the laws of the Empire, anyone who kills an official of the Empire will be executed, Senior Tutor Hong said coldly. What did he mean by there was nothing more to say? Ling Han laughed. Lord, I have something to say. What do you want to say? Are you going back on your word? Senior Tutor Hong asked. The laws of the Empire also say that in the ancient ruins, everyone is an ordinary treasure seeker. Even the princes are no different from the commoners. Ling Han continued, I did indeed kill Yue, but at that time, he wasn't the lord of Jining City. He was just an ordinary explorer. Furthermore, if you really want to punish me, it should be the Grand Council Elder. Isn't Lord Hong's hand stretching too far? Senior Tutor Hong almost flipped the table. Who was he? Before the demon race had appeared, he was the strongest existence below the Saint Emperor. The only people who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him were the 4 marshals, the Grand Council Elder Yong Bai, and a few others. Now, the 4 marshals and the others could only stand on equal footing with him. It was just that a few of the princes who were ranked at the top had suddenly soared to the sky, their battle strength reaching the opening realm. Even so, how could a mere blood transformation have the right to be so impudent in front of him? How dare you, he shouted. Bang! The door was also pushed open. The 2 officers held their weapons and aimed them at Ling Han. Ling Han smiled calmly and asked, "My lord, what did I say wrong? I really don't have the power to enforce the law." Grand Tutor Hong waved his hand at the two officers, indicating for them to leave. When the door closed again, he said, "However, as the Grand Tutor of the Empire, can't I even ask?" Of course the Grand Preceptor asked, but this one also answered very clearly. Ling Han said, "Neither servile nor overbearing." "Also, did you kill Hong Taichen?" Senior Tutor Hong's expression turned severe. Ling Han shrugged. "What Hong Taichen?" Senior Tutor Hong stared at him as if he wanted to see through his body and into his heart. "It's fine. I'll lock you up in prison and torture you. I believe you will tell me." Instantly, a ball of fury rose in Ling Han's heart. "If you want to torture me, then torture me." He turned on the optical computer and showed the ugly faces of Yu Yi's family, then said, "I just released this video of you." Senior Tutor Hong was enraged. This brat actually dared to do something in front of him? He could see clearly that Yu Yi's family had indeed gone overboard. They were practically forcing Ling Han to start a massacre. Who could they blame for this? There were no princes or generals in the historical site, only ordinary adventurers. This was what the Saint Emperor had personally said, and it was written in the law. He snorted. "You killed the Empire's city lord. How can we believe your one-sided story?" "Men." The door opened again, and the two officers walked in. "Take this person to prison," Senior Tutor Hong said. He knew that Ling Han was extremely powerful and wasn't someone these two officers could fight against. However, he wasn't worried. It would be best if Ling Han really injured someone and escaped. That would be a huge crime for Ling Han. Ling Han smiled. Don't think that he was only in his 20s. He was an old monster who had lived for countless years. How could he not see through Senior Tutor Hong's intentions? He didn't resist at all and left with the two officers. At this time, he didn't try to fight back. Creak. The door closed again. Senior Tutor Hong revealed a trace of killing intent. This youth was too monstrous and had reached the level of threatening Hong Tianbu. He definitely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. He would use this chance to get rid of this youth. Ling Han obediently went to the imperial prison under the escort of the two officers. "Humph, who asked you to be so arrogant? You really are an idiot to dare oppose Senior Tutor Hong." The two officers sneered. A thought flashed through Ling Han's mind. Pa! A rock flew out from behind, smashing towards the two officers. Aya! The two officers let out miserable cries. They were only at the blood transformation realm, so how could they defend against Ling Han's psychokinesis attack? The two of them staggered. Luckily, Ling Han had controlled his strength. Otherwise, even if it was a blunt rock, it would still be fatal if it was smashed at high speed. Who was sneak attacking them? The two of them stopped and looked behind them. However, the street was deserted, and there wasn't anyone there. How strange. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. These two were like foxes borrowing the tiger's might. How could he not teach them a lesson? "What are you laughing at?" The two of them couldn't find the sneak attacker, so they shouted at Ling Han in embarrassment. They didn't know that the person in front of them was the culprit. Ling Han said unhurriedly, "The gods are watching. Be careful of being punished by the heavens for being disrespectful to me." "Hee, who do you think you are?" One of the officers sneered. "You think you're amazing just because you're a student of Emperor Academy? You're just lucky. In the past, a commoner like you wouldn't even have the right to enter the academy." The other officer also started to look down on him. Ling Han shook his head. Xiao. Two more small rocks flew into the air and smashed towards the backs of the two officers. Pang. Under the high speed, the impact of the two rocks was so powerful that they immediately smashed the two officers to the ground. The two of them couldn't help but be shocked. Just who was attacking them? It was impossible for Ling Han. First, they were facing each other. How could they attack from behind? Second, they hadn't seen Ling Han make a move. Could it be that there was really a ghost? If not, how could such a strange thing be explained? To their horror, the two rocks on the ground floated into the air and then flew towards them. Pang. The two of them were smashed to the ground again. Several of their teeth fell out. If it was Shenyuan Dingwa and the others, then they would definitely have guessed that there was a spiritual power master nearby who could use his mind to move objects. But to these two officers, their knowledge was limited. How could they know so much? They were trembling with fear. Something that was beyond common sense, in their eyes, was naturally related to gods and ghosts. You saw it, right? The two of them asked Ling Han. What did I see? Ling Han pretended to be surprised. Didn't you see such a big rock flying? The two of them were going crazy. What rock? Ling Han felt that his acting skills were quite good. There was really a ghost. There was definitely a ghost. Otherwise, how could Ling Han not have seen it? The two of them looked up at the sky. Was there really a god above their heads? Chapter 3386. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Ling Han said, striding forward. The two officers gritted their teeth. Were they the ones escorting Ling Han, or was Ling Han the one escorting them? The two were stunned for a moment before realizing that they had to chase after Ling Han. After walking for another 20 minutes, they arrived at the Imperial prison. Stop. Of course, the Imperial prison was heavily guarded. Those who could be locked up here were not nobodies. Without status, they could not be locked up even if they wanted to. Who are you? A guard walked out. Ling Han smiled and said, Oh, I'm here on Grandmaster Hong's orders to send someone to the Imperial prison. Grand Tutor Hong, the guard gave an O and asked, Where is he? It's me. Ling Han pointed at himself. The guard almost spat out his saliva. Look at you. You don't look like you came to the Imperial prison. How can you be so calm? Look, the two soldiers behind you are cowering in fear. They look exactly like your subordinates. Could they be the ones escorting you? Don't joke, he said. Ling Han's expression also turned serious. I'm not joking. Is that so? The guard looked at the two officers. Indeed. The two officers nodded, but they were still worried about ghosts and gods. They shrunk their heads in fear. Where's the order? The guard asked. One of the officers showed the order and handed it to the guard. The guard read it carefully, and his expression became even more strange. It was true. Ling Han was the person who was going to be sent to the Imperial prison. But the problem was, who could be so relaxed when faced with such a thing, as if it was a holiday? Then let's go through the procedures first. The guard nodded. After a set of procedures, Ling Han was officially sent to the Imperial prison. However, the Imperial prison was different from ordinary prisons. The people here could be executed the next day, and their entire clan would be buried with them. But they could also be released immediately and promoted to nobility. Therefore, Ling Han's belongings were not confiscated. If Ling Han's belongings were confiscated, he would definitely resist. Because at that time, if someone gave him another gourd, who could he reason with? However, his photon computer had been removed, preventing him from contacting the outside world. Ling Han didn't care because Sixth Baby was always with him. Dad, I'll call Big Baby and the rest over. Let's tear down this prison together and destroy this imperial capital, Sixth Baby said excitedly. She was not angry about the fact that Ling Han had been locked up. She was only excited to fight. Fuck, what exactly did these milk babies experience in the gourd? Could they not be so violent? Although Ling Han couldn't see Sixth Baby's expression, he was sure that he was so excited that his face was red. Sigh, raising so many children is really stressful. He hurriedly said, no need, no need. Now, no, tomorrow go to the headquarters of the Formation Path and the Alchemy Path respectively. Find the presidents and leave them a message. No fighting. Sixth Baby was instantly disappointed. You'll have to beat me up in the future. Ling Han could only promise. Only then did Sixth Baby regain her spirits and run away. Ling Han was calm. He believed that Senior Grand Tutor Hong's target was not as simple as Yue or Hong Taichun. He wanted to trample on him until he was beyond redemption. In this way, he naturally wouldn't be able to threaten Hong Tianbu. The Hong family, oh Hong family. Was there still no way to avoid a fight? Ling Han smiled faintly. Along the way, he had never been afraid of anyone. Originally, he had wanted to compete fairly with Hong Tianbu. For geniuses like him, only with a strong competitor would they be able to stimulate a stronger fighting spirit. Otherwise, how could the rest of them burn with such mediocre fighting spirit? However, since Senior Grand Tutor Hong had broken the rules first, then he would fight with the Hong family. The news of Ling Han being sent to the Imperial prison quickly spread within the corresponding range. Killing the Empire's city lord was a huge crime, and it was immediately reported to Yang Bai. Then, as the news spread through the grapevine, it spread like wildfire among the circle of rich second generations in the imperial capital. However, this matter was too sensitive. Yongbai immediately ordered that no one was allowed to visit him. He would choose a day to personally conduct the trial. Early the next morning, Ling Han practiced as usual. He wouldn't give up just because he was locked up. After half an hour, he slowly called it a day. After a while, he heard footsteps. At first, he thought that it was the prison guards delivering food, but the footsteps stopped when they reached his cell. There was no more movement. Ling Han opened his eyes and looked at the person. It was a young man. He looked quite handsome, had a slender figure, and exuded confidence and arrogance. Ling Han glanced at him, then closed his eyes again. Acting cool in front of him? Ha! The young man couldn't help but be stunned. Why are you like this? Do you know how many people can enter the imperial prison now? Do you know how much energy is needed? When you see me, you shouldn't be so agitated and ask for my identity. Let me take my time and force you. But Ling Han's reaction directly caused his aura to plummet to the point where not even the slightest bit remained. Ahem. He cleared his throat to attract Ling Han's attention. This young master is Jin Shaojian. Oh. Ling Han nodded. You're like this? How can you not react after a single O? Jin Shaojian immediately felt the urge to go crazy. Ling Han clearly hadn't hit him, scolded him, or looked down on him, but he felt like he had suffered 10,000 points of damage. From his point of view, no matter how much of a genius Ling Han was, he was still an ordinary person. In front of the Jin family's foundation, he was insignificant. Thus, he had a strong sense of superiority. But now, that sense of superiority was completely useless. Ling Han, do you know what kind of situation you're in? Jin Shaojian suppressed his anger and asked in a low voice. Isn't it obvious? Ling Han laughed. I'm sitting in the imperial prison. So you know. Jin Shaojian snorted. You're really daring. You even dared to kill the Empire's city lord. Do you know that you're already a corpse waiting for your sentence? Ling Han looked at him and said, Can you save me? Of course. Jin Shaojian said proudly. Finally he got to the point. Come beg me. Ling Han looked at Jin Shaojian. Was there a power like the Jin family in the capital? The four marshals weren't surnamed Jin, nor was the head of conference. It was even more impossible for the Hong family. Then who else could go against Senior Tutor Hong and fish him out of the imperial prison? Wait a minute, when he was buying the materials for the Formation Foundation, he had met someone called Jin Sanin. This Jin Shaojian couldn't be related to Jin Sanin, right? Ling Han was curious. What right do you have to fish me out? What right do you have to go against Senior Tutor Hong? You don't even know how strong our Jin family is. Jin Shaojian snorted. Even 10 senior tutors together aren't worthy of carrying shoes for our Jin family. So powerful? Ling Han's heart shook. Was this a hidden family? They weren't famous, but they didn't even put engravement realm experts in their eyes. Yep, if he could fish them out properly. Ling Han smiled and said, I don't believe it. Since they're so strong, why haven't I heard of them before? Chapter 3388. Qi Liandong arrived first. Seeing dozens of people approach aggressively, the guards of the prison instantly tensed up. Fuck, someone actually wanted to raid the prison? This was unprecedented. Stop. A captain was forced to appear, holding a spear in his hand as he shouted, This is the forbidden area of the prison. Unrelated people are not allowed to approach. Qi Liandong humphed and said, I am the president of the Alchemy Association headquarters. Qi Liandong, do you dare to stop me? The captain jumped in fright. The president of the Alchemy Association headquarters. What an awesome big shot. However, was it real or fake? He secretly searched for Qi Liandong's information on his optical computer, and a photo immediately popped up. As expected, it was the appearance of the old man in front of him. However, in this day and age, just a resemblance did not mean it was real. Makeup and disguise techniques could completely pass off the fake as the real one. The captain smiled and said, May I ask what Lord is doing here? This was the prison, not a place for alchemists to appear. What? Qi Liandong smiled coldly. I want someone. You came to the prison to ask for someone? Fuck, you want to raid the prison? Lord, don't joke around. The captain wiped his cold sweat and hurriedly contacted his superiors. This was the president of the Alchemy Association headquarters. not someone he could afford to offend. I'm joking with you. Qi Liendong laughed coldly. Are you worthy? He was not usually so aggressive, but who asked Ling Han to be imprisoned here? How could he still have a good temper? The captain could only swallow this slap in the face. Who asked him to be so weak in front of a grandmaster alchemist? However, guarding the prison was his duty, and he would not allow Qi Liendong to barge in to fish someone out. He hurriedly said, "May I know who Lord is looking for?" He would try to stall for time. As long as he could stall until the people from above arrived, he would have nothing to do. Ling Han, Qi Liendong said in a low voice. I'll give you 10 minutes. I want to see the person, or else I'll have to force my way in. Lord, please calm down. Please calm down. The captain hurriedly smiled apologetically, but in his heart, he was screaming why the people from above hadn't arrived yet. He said all he could to deal with Qi Liendong, saying that he had already sent someone to communicate with him, and asked Qi Liendong to wait. After a while, the supervisor of the imperial prison finally arrived. Xueqi, an extreme bone realm expert, had been guarding the imperial prison for 7 years. Lord Qi. The moment Xueqi appeared, he ran towards Qi Liendong with a warm smile on his face. Qi Liendong ignored them. Even if the 4 marshals and senior tutor Hong were to come, he wouldn't give them any face, let alone the ultimate bone realm experts and the heavenly dragon head. This was the transcendence of alchemists. Lord Qi, what's wrong? Who made you unhappy? Xueqi asked with a smile. Qi Liendong sneered and said, My patience has run out. Release Ling Han now, or I'll bring him out myself. Sir, aren't you making things difficult for me? Xueqi spread out his hands. Ling Han is a felon sent over by senior tutor Hong, and Sir Yang has also said that without his orders, no one is allowed to meet Ling Han privately. If you want me to release him, I really can't do anything about it. Then scram to the side. Don't be a hindrance, Qi Liendong snorted, extremely domineering. All the alchemists were secretly pleased. Although they did have to lower themselves when refining pills for others, it was definitely not as flashy as it was now. As expected of the president, awesome and domineering. How could Xueqi just sit back and watch? He was the supervisor of the imperial prison. If he just watched as others broke into the prison, he wouldn't just be scolded. This was a dereliction of duty, and he would be punished for it. Sir, please calm down. Let's first inform the elder of this matter. He stopped Qi Liendong. No matter what, he couldn't let the other party break into the prison. Fortunately, although Qi Liendong was a 4-star alchemist, on the same level as the 4 marshals, his battle prowess was only at the extreme bone realm. With the battle prowess of an alchemist, he could block it. Qi Liendong was so angry that his beard was trembling. A mere warden actually dared to stop him. Bastard! The old man blew his beard and glared, extremely frustrated. Old man Qi, what's wrong? An aged voice rang out. Qi Liendong was startled and turned to look. Wasn't this Chen Hao's old rival? However, this time, Qi Liendong didn't get angry. Instead, he felt that reinforcements had arrived. He hurriedly said, Old man Chen, did you also come because you received news from Ling Han? Of course. He's the person I value the most, Chen Hao said proudly. Chen Hao proudly said. He and Qi Liendong had been fighting for their entire lives, competing in everything. But now, he finally had the upper hand. That was because Qi Liendong clearly couldn't break through. Alchemists were trash. Then blast this place open for me. Qi Liendong roared angrily. He had been stopped by Xueqi time and time again, and he was already furious. Old man Qi, are you begging me? Chen Hao said smugly. Ling Han is locked inside. See for yourself. Qi Liendong snorted. Thinking of Ling Han, Chen Hao couldn't be bothered to argue with Qi Liendong anymore. He shouted, Set up the formation. The array master he'd brought immediately began setting up the foundation of the formation. Xueqi watched with trepidation. No matter how troublesome an alchemist was, his destructive power was limited. At the same level, alchemists were trash. It was normal for them to be defeated by someone who was 2 or 3 minor realms higher. But array masters were different. Once the formation was set up, it was normal for someone who was 2 or 3 minor realms higher to defeat their opponent. However, who would give the array master enough time to set up the formation during a battle? But the problem now was, would he dare to initiate an attack on an array master? Attacking an array master? Haha, that would be enough to kill him. You want to say that Chen Hao and the others attacked the prison? What a joke. They didn't even activate the formation. Weren't they just playing around? Xueqi gritted his teeth and said, Sirs, please calm down. I'll let Ling Han out right now. Letting Ling Han out was better than raising the prison, right? Moreover, the two presidents had joined hands to demand for Ling Han. Their reputation was no greater than Senior Grand Tutor Hong's. How lowly. You won't listen to my kind words, Qi Liandong said coldly. That's because you don't have enough face. Chen Hao took the opportunity to attack. Xueqi was speechless. He made an inviting gesture and led the two presidents into the prison. Of course, even if he was given 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to make a move in the prison and capture the two presidents to threaten the alchemists and array masters outside. The three of them entered the prison. Under Xueqi's lead, they walked all the way to Ling Han's cell. The imperial prison was actually not that big, because there were not many people who were qualified to enter the imperial prison. Moreover, the current emperor was so wise and powerful. He would not create any unjust prison, and not many people would dare to rebel, so there was absolutely no need for a big place. Soon, they arrived at Ling Han's cell. HM? Jin Shaojian turned to look. What was going on? Chapter 3389. Although Jin Shaojian was very arrogant, his knowledge was definitely not ordinary. How could he not recognize Qi Liandong and Chen Hao? What were these two doing here? Jin Shaojian actually did not take Qi Liandong and Chen Hao seriously, but he had to admit that in Xianbei country, these two could definitely be considered important figures. Thus, it was very strange for these two important figures to enter the imperial prison hand in hand. This was not a place to eat or gather. Could it be? A guess flashed through his mind, but he immediately shook his head. How could that be possible? Humph, who said that without Yang Bai's permission, no one can see Ling Han? Qi Liandong also saw Jin Shaojian, and immediately pointed at him as he asked Xueqi. Then who is this important person? Xueqi was also a little confused. He did not know this person. But the problem was, if this person did not have some background, how could he appear here with such a leisurely expression, as if this was his own backyard? He was really troubled. Just who was this Ling Han, and why had he alarmed so many people? Who are you? Xueqi shouted at Jin Shaojian. You don't need to know who this young master is. I am not qualified, Jin Shaojian said calmly. Xueqi instantly exploded in anger. This was his territory, and this person dared to usurp the host's position. But before he could fly into a rage, Qi Liandong pressed him down and said, Stop talking nonsense and release him immediately. Xueqi felt that he was a complete tragedy. Logically speaking, this was his territory, and he should be the one in charge. But now, both of them were looking down on him. How could he endure this? There was no helping it. Who asked these two to be masters? He waved his hand and said to the guard, Open the door and release him. Jin Shaojian looked on, but did not say anything. He was clearly very surprised. No wonder Ling Han was so confident. So it turned out that he had the support of the two presidents. He sneered. They were only 4-star alchemists and formation masters. In the previous civilization they were nothing. It was only now that the great Tao had awakened, and everything was starting from zero. That was why 4-star alchemists and formation masters were being praised so highly. Count yourself lucky this time. Jin Shaojian threw a few words at Ling Han before swaggering off. If it weren't for Qi Liandong and Jin Shaojian's presence, Xueqi would definitely have rushed up and grabbed Jin Shaojian, asking him who he was and who had let him in. However, with the two guild leaders present, Xueqi didn't have the heart to bother with Jin Shaojian. He only hoped that these two guild leaders would leave as soon as possible. Ling Han chuckled. Jin family? He would remember it. He walked out of the cell and nodded at Qi Liandong and the other two. Thank you, presidents. You didn't suffer much, did you? Qi Liandong quickly asked. If anyone dares mistreat you, I'll tear them to pieces, said Chen Hao viciously. Xueqi was immediately alarmed, afraid that Ling Han would say something bad about him. Ling Han smiled and said, The food is good, the accommodation is good, and it's quiet here. I'll just take it as a vacation and rest. That's good then. The two guild leaders smiled in unison. Let's go. The three of them left, and Xueqi began to investigate who had let Jin Shaojian in, and whether this place was still under his control. Ling Han first went to the Array Guild headquarters because it was close by. He decided to get certified as a Grandmaster level Array Master. What? You've reached Grandmaster level? Chan Hao was pleasantly surprised. Ling Han nodded and said, I'll give it a try. He didn't promise too much. However, under the witness of several dozen Array Masters, he successfully created a Grandmaster level Array Foundation and successfully set it up and activated it. When he created the 33 layers Vajra Array, he had actually already stepped into Grandmaster level. Qi Liendong was very jealous and said, Brat, you've spent so much time on Array Dao that you've even neglected alchemy. Ling Han smiled and said, How could that be? Let's go to the Alchemy Guild headquarters. I'll get certified as a Grandmaster level alchemist. That's fine too? Everyone was speechless. You're too freakish, aren't you? Who would go and get certified as a Grandmaster level Array Master right after? Freakish is freakish. Ling Han went to the Alchemy Guild headquarters and successfully refined a cauldron of 4-star pills. This meant that he had reached the pinnacle of alchemy and could stand shoulder to shoulder with Qi Liendong. With these two identities, would anyone in Xianbei country dare to touch him? Senior Tutor Hong's status was only comparable to his. Considering that Ling Han was an Array Master and an alchemist at the same time, even someone like Senior Tutor Hong paled in comparison to him. Ling Han returned to the academy. The amount of time he could stay here could be counted on his fingers. Dad, that Senior Tutor Hong is too despicable. Eldest baby immediately cried out. We can't let it go just like that. Second baby also said. Beat him up. Seventh baby said, but immediately yawned. Let me sleep for a while. I'll wake up when the fight starts. Pa, she collapsed, and fell asleep as soon as she said she would. Ling Han nodded. We can't just swallow this loss. However, it's not appropriate to fight Senior Tutor Hong head-on. After all, this is Xianbei country. We still have to stay here for a while. He thought about it. The Hong family should have a lot of business. Tonight, we'll destroy all of their businesses. Yes, yes. The group of babies immediately became excited. They were too passionate about destroying things. Ling Han first contacted Shenyuan Dingwa and asked him to list out all of the Hong family's businesses. Shenyuan Dingwa was definitely more familiar with this. Several major powers fought openly and covertly, and Shenyuan Dingwa was definitely familiar with the Hong family's information. As expected, Shenyuan Dingwa didn't hesitate and immediately sent the information over. After that, Shenyuan Dingwa exclaimed, Weren't you locked up in the heavenly prison? Yes, I just got out. Ling Han smiled. How did you get out? Shenyuan Dingwa was shocked. You didn't escape, did you? Escape your head. Ling Han scolded. Then he said, I'll find you for a drink in 2 days. After that, he turned off the optical computer. He turned back to look at the babies and said, Move out tonight. Everyone else, go into the gourd and let 6th baby lead them. We want the Hong family to know that we did it, but they won't be able to get any evidence. We'll make them depressed. The milk babies were all excited. They loved destroying things the most. Fuck them. 7th baby mumbled. So he was talking in his sleep. Sigh, was this group of brats led astray by him? Ling Han couldn't help but reflect on himself. That night, 6th baby took advantage of the darkness to move out with the gourd. They came to the Hong family's first business and found a secluded corner to let them out. Then, they immediately began to destroy. After settling one place, they went to another. In just one night, they destroyed 13 of the Hong family's businesses. There were no deaths. They were all knocked unconscious and nothing was seen. Early the next morning, Senior Tutor Hong received the news. Bang! He struck out with his palm, and the desk beneath him instantly shattered into pieces. Ling Han. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Chapter 3390. Senior Tutor Hong was certain that this was all done by Ling Han. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? Oh, Ling Han had just been released from the imperial prison, and the Hong family's business had been in trouble that night. However, he could not produce any evidence. There were surveillance cameras in every corner of the capital, and it was clear that Ling Han had not left the academy. Since he had not left, how could he have caused damage? But Senior Tutor Hong was certain that even if Ling Han did not do it himself, he had ordered someone else to do it. This fellow only knew a few people in the capital. Senior Tutor Hong immediately sent people to investigate. As long as he caught the troublemaker last night, he would be able to follow the clues and find Ling Han. He would definitely not let Ling Han off. But after 3 days, he still could not find the troublemaker that night. There was not even a single clue. It was as if these people had appeared out of thin air. Or perhaps they were invisible. None of the surveillance cameras had detected anything out of the ordinary. Senior Tutor Hong was helpless and could only focus on the matter of Ling Han killing the governor of the empire. But Yang Bai quickly responded. It was indeed Yue who had caused trouble first. Of course, it would have been better if Ling Han had not killed him. No matter what, it was definitely wrong for Ling Han to kill the city lord of the empire. But considering that he was already a Grandmaster-level array master and an alchemist, with his dual identities, even Yang Bai would not dare to do anything to Ling Han. To sentence Ling Han, only the emperor himself could do so. Otherwise, even the eldest prince and the second prince, who were highly ranked princes, would not be able to do anything to him. This meant that Ling Han had easily covered up this matter. Senior Tutor Hong was speechless. Now that Ling Han had the protection of a Grandmaster Array Master and an alchemist, even he could not do anything to him. As long as such a person did not commit treason and the emperor did not say anything, who would dare to do anything to him? However, Ling Han's counterattack did not stop there. Not only did he destroy all of the Hong family's businesses once, he would also destroy any of the Hong family's businesses that were rebuilt. This kind of small matter could be left to sixth baby, so there was no need to worry about a gourd floating in the air and arousing suspicion. When the news spread, everyone knew that it was Ling Han who did it. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? However, no one could directly link Ling Han to the troublemaker. This made the people of the imperial capital surprised. How did Ling Han do it? On the first day, the Hong family wasn't on guard. But from the second day onwards, every property of the Hong family was heavily guarded. Not only were the properties destroyed, but they didn't even see a single person. This was too strange. Ling Han did not think much of it. Anyway, this had already become sixth baby's daily routine. When he was happy, he would make a fuss. When he was unhappy, he would make a fuss. With the help of the array and elixirs, Ling Han calculated that he would need about 3 months to reach the peak of the 7 changes. Previously, he had broken through too many shackles, and his life level had increased to a terrifying level. This gave him a lot of room for improvement. Therefore, without the windfall, he would need a whole 3 months to reach the peak. Just as Ling Han was searching for information about the new historical sites, something big happened. It was really something big, and it was closely related to him. The demon race sent out an envoy again, but this time, it was not a peaceful visit. Instead, it was an ultimatum. Hand over Ling Han, or else, see you on the battlefield. It was simple but very domineering. This caused a huge uproar in the imperial capital. Why did the demon race value Ling Han so much? In terms of monstrous talent, Hong Tianbu was not inferior to Ling Han at all. Previously, he had defeated the demon race's 5th prince even though he was an entire realm above him. But the demon race did not want Hong Tianbu, but only wanted Ling Han. Why? When Ling Han heard the news, he immediately guessed that it was because of the demon monkey fist. The demon race coveted the demon monkey fist, so they wanted to capture him and torture out the secrets of the demon monkey fist. But no matter what the demon race wanted with Ling Han, their threat was real. Hand over Ling Han or not. If not, they would fight. The demon race had already displayed their powerful strength. This was a real threat. Once a war broke out, let alone whether the Xianbei country could withstand it, it would at least be an incomparably difficult battle. Who knew how many people would die? And what if they lost? The Xianbei country would become the demon race's paradise, and all humans would become the demon race's slaves and even their food. But what if it was just Ling Han sacrificing himself? Many people immediately made suggestions to the imperial court, hoping that Ling Han would step forward and sacrifice himself for the greater good. These people spoke eloquently, saying that Ling Han's source was already damaged, and it was impossible for him to break through to the ultimate bone realm. Then, if he could sacrifice a blood transformation realm warrior in exchange for peace, why not do it? Why must tens of thousands of soldiers bleed and be sacrificed? They were all pressuring Ling Han with righteousness, wanting Ling Han to sacrifice himself for the masses. Of course, there were also many who objected. That was, Ling Han was now a grandmaster alchemist and a ray master. So what if his source was destroyed? It would not affect his monstrous talent. What if the demon race also took a fancy to Ling Han and sent him to the Yu dynasty to teach array skills and alchemy? Finally, there were the warmongers. They submitted a petition, requesting war with the demon race. The sage emperor was in seclusion, and no one could report to him. The decision on this matter fell to the head of the council, Yang Bai. To hand it over, or not to hand it over? That was the question. Yang Bai felt a headache coming on. He felt that Ling Han was really a troublemaker. The matter of killing the Empire's city lord had not been completely resolved, and this guy was now being targeted by the demon race. Couldn't he just settle down a little? Yang Bai didn't make a decision lightly. This wasn't a joking matter. If he handed over the man, he could avoid a war, but Xianbei country's reputation would naturally fall to rock bottom. Moreover, the demon race had tasted the sweetness of victory, and would continue to threaten them in the future. But if he did not hand over the man, there would be a bloody war that would ensue. 100 years ago, when the world first changed, monsters appeared in large numbers, causing a catastrophe for mankind. At least 99% of the people died, and now not even a tenth had recovered. Another bloody war was about to ensue. Who knew how many people would die? Yang Bai did not dare to make this decision lightly. He immediately contacted the 4 marshals and the high-ranking princes to discuss the matter. However, Ling Han was already forbidden from leaving the academy. The meaning was clear. They were afraid that if they made the decision to hand over the man, Ling Han would run away and not be able to complete the task. Ling Han sneered. If he really wanted to escape, all he had to do was enter the spirit-nourishing gourd and let 6th baby carry him away. Who would find out? He wanted to see what the final result would be. If they handed over the man, then he would leave immediately. If it was the other way around, then he would stay and fight the demon race together. The 4 great commanders and the princes who were ranked highly were currently rushing back, but they needed time, at least 4 or 5 days. During this period of time, there were many people who continuously jumped about, not feeling the slightest bit restless. They wanted to create pressure from public opinion, to form public opinion before a decision was made. Chapter 3392. Jean Sanin was slightly taken aback. Were they talking about him? But Ling Han hadn't named him, so he naturally couldn't put his face on it. Although Chen Fengyan is extraordinary, the demon race has no lack of experts. There must be someone who can fight against him, he said. He didn't look favorably on Chen Fengyan. Ling Han chuckled. This old man had been preaching about the strength of the demon race. It seemed that it had penetrated deep into his bones, and he couldn't help but become a slave. I have full faith in His Majesty. The demon race is nothing to him. Jean Sanin stared at Ling Han for a while before saying, Young friend, once you make your decision, it will be impossible to save you after you are sent to the demon race. I made my own decision, so I naturally won't regret it, said Ling Han. Fine. If that's the case, then I won't disturb you any longer. Jean Sanin's figure flashed, and he left angrily. In his view, Ling Han had already fallen into a desperate situation. As long as he extended a helping hand, Ling Han would definitely eagerly grab it and ask for any conditions. But Ling Han was actually so stubborn. He had not expected this, and was also very displeased. He didn't kill Ling Han for 2 reasons. First, the purpose of the hidden family was to keep a low profile as much as possible. Second, he was still hoping that Ling Han would lower his head. This boy had outstanding attainments in alchemy and arrays, and he really wanted to recruit him into the Jean family. With a super support and that innate divine body, the Jean family could rise in the coming era. But things didn't seem to be going well. Ling Han refused to submit, and that innate divine body couldn't be found. Was this some kind of warning from the heavens to the Jean family? Father, let's kill our way out. Eldest baby was murderous. Yes, let's kill them all, said 4th baby. Kill until the ground is covered in blood, said 5th baby. Girls shouldn't kill all day. Be reserved, said Ling Han with a smile. All the Calabash brothers rolled their eyes at Ling Han. What was being reserved? They had never heard of such a thing. Dad, what do you plan to do? 2nd baby asked. She was also the most rational of the 7 children, although she was terrible at counting. Ling Han smiled. Let's see what Yang Bai and the others decide first. He believed that if Chen Fengyan came out of seclusion, there was no doubt that this Saint Emperor would start a war without hesitation. If he didn't even have this bit of aggressiveness, what kind of Saint Emperor was he? But under Chen Fengyan, the other people's horizons were smaller. Therefore, he really could not be sure what the final outcome would be. The night passed, and early in the morning, someone knocked on the door. The little maidservant went to open the door. Immediately, 3 imperial guards barged in, led by Gu Xiongming. "Where's Ling Han?" Gu Xiongming asked proudly. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. The little maid said weakly, "Why are you looking for young master?" "What?" Gu Xiongming sneered. "I was ordered to arrest her." Huan Shui was shocked and said hurriedly, "Young master didn't commit any crime. Why are you arresting him?" "Whether he committed a crime or not is not up to you." Gu Xiongming sneered and waved his hand. "Hurry up and call him out. Don't waste our precious time." He walked forward directly. Huan Shui tried to stop him, but how could she? She was only at the first transformation, but Gu Xiongming was at the 4th transformation. There was a huge gap between their strength. "Stop! Stop!" She hurriedly chased after him. Clang! Clang! The other 2 imperial guards pulled out the sabers at their waists at the same time and stared at Huan Shui coldly. If she dared to take another step forward, they would brandish their sabers and kill her. What a joke! The imperial guards were ordered to do something. Who dared to stop them? They could kill without mercy. Huan Shui was anxious. How could she care less? She immediately charged forward. The 2 imperial guards snorted and slashed at her with their sabers. Clang! 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 The 3 immediately started fighting. Fortunately, Huan Shui was not weak. She could hold on for a while. Moreover, there were 7 Calabash brothers. They would not let anything happen to her. Gu Xiongming walked towards the main hall. A smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, and then his smile grew wider and wider. Ling Han's reputation grew. Not only did he win first place in the great hunting competition, he repeatedly defeated the geniuses of the Yao race. Later on, he was even crowned with the titles of Grandmaster Alchemist and Formation Master. With this kind of halo, he had thought that it would be impossible for him to take revenge in this lifetime. He did not even dare to make an enemy out of Ling Han. If he ran into Ling Han in the future, he could only take a detour. Unexpectedly, the Yao race had actually helped him greatly. Now, several important figures had plans to hand over Ling Han, and if Ling Han entered the Yao race, would he still have a good life? Thus, he came impatiently. He wanted to personally escort Ling Han back. He believed that this kind of pleasure would make him excited for a few days. "Ha ha ha, Ling Han. Oh, Ling Han, you have finally fallen into my hands. Ling Han, hurry up and follow me. Get lost." Pang! Gu Xiongming was instantly sent flying like a cannonball. His entire body was embedded into a wall. His retreating momentum was finally exhausted, but at least 10 bones in his body were broken. He could not move a finger at all. Gu Xiongming was both shocked and angry. Ling Han's strength was indeed heaven-defying. They were both at the blood transformation realm, but why was the difference so great? Most importantly, Ling Han actually dared to attack. He was the captain of the Imperial Guards. What did this status mean? Even people like Senior Tutor Hong did not dare to do anything to him, or else it would be disrespectful to the royal family. But Ling Han was merciless, and he attacked without the slightest bit of hesitation. Aya, this big idiot. Doesn't he know that Dad needs to cultivate in the morning? Eldest baby appeared. She leaned against the wall with a smile, and did not have the slightest intention of helping or pulling him out. Serves you right. Third baby said proudly. Come, let's draw. Second baby waved his little hand. Other than third baby, the other milk babies rushed forward one after another. They dipped their brushes in ink and started drawing on Gu Xiongming's face. Gu Xiongming was both embarrassed and angry. His face was being used as a canvas. How could he endure such humiliation? But he did not have any strength now. How could he stop them? Soon, his face was covered with all kinds of things. Gu Xiongming was about to go crazy. This time, he was clearly here to escort Ling Han. Why did he end up like this before he could show off his might? If he had known this would happen, he would not have asked for permission to come. Ling Han did not care. He focused on cultivating. This half an hour of cultivation every day was very important. Even the treasure fruit of heaven and earth lacked something special. Only the power of heaven and earth had it. This was the foundation of cultivation. Therefore, it was fine to use the treasure fruit to increase one's cultivation, but one could not neglect the most basic cultivation. This was precisely the foundation. Half an hour later, Ling Han called it a day. He was under a lot of pressure now. The demons were threatening him, and it was very likely that he would have to flee. Naturally, he needed powerful strength. Gu Xiangming, you're really despicable. Chapter 3393. Ling Han walked up to Gu Xiangming and said lightly. Elder Baby had already gone to support Snow Summoner, so suppressing 2 blood transformation realm Imperial Guards was naturally a piece of cake. Ling Han, how dare you beat up the Imperial Guards? You're courting death. Gu Xiangming said through gritted teeth. Ling Han chuckled and pulled Gu Xiangming out from the wall. Ah! Gu Xiangming screamed. He had broken many bones. It was fine if he didn't move, but once he did, the broken bones pierced into his flesh. The pain made him break out in a cold sweat, and he screamed uncontrollably. You're a big man. You can't take this little injury? Ling Han smiled and casually threw him to the ground. He looked down at him condescendingly. You came here so early in the morning. Are you attending a funeral? Your mouth is too vicious. Gu Xiangming couldn't imagine that a martial art genius who had 2 grandmaster titles and was known as the second in Hongtian steps could speak so viciously. Ling Han, how dare you beat up the Imperial Guards, he shouted. Stop, stop, stop. You've already said it once. Don't you find it annoying? Ling Han interrupted him. So what if they're the Imperial Guards? Can't I beat them? Gu Xiangming was dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? Do you know what the Imperial Guards represent? The Emperor's close officials. What's the difference between beating up the Imperial Guards and humiliating the Emperor? This was clearly courting death, but Ling Han looked like he didn't care at all. It was as if he had accidentally stepped on an ant and didn't need to take it to heart. He was going crazy. This was completely different from what he had imagined. In his opinion, given the pressure Ling Han was under, he must be close to a mental breakdown. As long as he saw Gu Xiangming coming over, he would definitely cry. How could this be? How could this be? Don't pretend to be dead and don't talk nonsense. Why are you disturbing my cultivation? Ling Han asked. I'm disturbing your cultivation. Gu Xiangming was really about to cry. He had been ordered to escort Ling Han. He didn't care if he was cultivating or not. However, he had encountered this fierce man who didn't play by the rules. He was depressed. I am under the orders of the various lords to escort you, he said through gritted teeth. Before he could finish his sentence, he was slapped. However, this time, it was not Ling Han who slapped him. It was Third Baby. Escorting my father? Do you want to die? Third Baby said coldly. Yeah. Fourth Baby put his hands on his hips. That's right. Fifth Baby was not to be outdone. Gu Xiangming felt that he had no face to see others in the future. His face was messed up by the milk babies, but he was even slapped by a little girl. It was so shameful. Ling Han laughed and said, Are you finally going to make a decision? He thought about it and said, All right, let's go take a look. Lead the way. Ling Han picked up Gu Xiangming. He strode forward and saw that near the door, there were 2 Imperial Guards who had been planted upside down in the ground. Their heads were stuck in the soil, up to their necks. Beside them was the smiling eldest child, who looked like he was admiring a masterpiece. Don't suffocate them to death, Ling Han reminded him. It's okay. They'll be pulled out regularly to breathe, said the eldest child. Okay. Ling Han nodded. Gu Xiangming was stunned. You just said, okay, and didn't even try to persuade them? Lunatics. Everyone here was a lunatic. He was extremely regretful. He had suffered a great loss this time. How could he have expected that Ling Han and his milk babies would be so lawless? Ling Han asked Sixth Baby to follow him. If his plan was revealed, he would forcefully break out of the encirclement and enter the spirit-nourishing gourd so that Sixth Baby could take him away. Before he took this step, he also wanted to try his best to persuade them. Ling Han carried Gu Xiangming and walked towards the palace. He used his body movement technique. At twice the speed of sound, how long would it take to reach the palace? When he arrived, he slowed down. The forbidden area of the palace. Who dares to trespass? Immediately, An Imperial guard stepped forward and asked. Ling Han smiled and said, I'm Ling Han. I'm here on orders. Here, this is your Captain Gu. Captain Gu? After seeing Gu Xiongming clearly, the Imperial guard couldn't help but be shocked. Oh my god, what's going on? Why is our Captain Gu so badly injured? Gu Xiongming was just about to expose Ling Han's evil deeds when he heard Ling Han speak first. Your Captain Gu encountered the Demon Clan on the way and was seriously injured. Demon Clan? You were the one who beat him up. Gu Xiongming shouted in his heart. But when he saw Ling Han's smiling face, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He had an indescribable fear that Ling Han might really kill him. Therefore, he didn't dare to say a word. He could only wait until he met the Grand Elder to talk about this grievance. Therefore, when the Imperial Guard looked over with an inquiring gaze, he nodded and agreed with Ling Han's words. The Imperial Guard let them go. Ling Han headed for the conference hall. On the way, he would naturally encounter other Imperial Guards, but they were all dismissed by him with the same excuse, which also made Gu Xiongming nod so much that even he himself almost believed that Ling Han was actually wounded by the demon race. However, he finally arrived at the conference hall. Ling Han strode in and entered. The hall was very lively today, and many people were seated. The Grand Elder, Yang Bai, sat in the seat of honor, while Senior Grand Tutor Hong and the 4 marshals sat below. One could guess their identities just by looking at their full armor and their imposing manner. There was also the 3rd Imperial Prince, the 6th Imperial Prince, and the 7th Imperial Prince, whom Ling Han recognized. In addition, there was a large number of Imperial Princes that Ling Han did not recognize. Because they were all wearing the same attire, it was easy to guess their identities. Before Chen Fengyan went into seclusion, he had entrusted the affairs of the country to Yang Bai. Therefore, even though several important princes had arrived, Yang Bai still sat in the seat of honor. Greetings, my lords. Ling Han threw Gu Xiongming to the ground and cupped his fists in greeting. Pa! Gu Xiongming fell hard on the ground. He already had a dozen or so heads broken, and now he was even more injured, causing him to cry out loudly. Senior Grand Tutor Hong flew into a rage. He immediately stood up and shouted, Ling Han, how dare you? You even dared to injure the Imperial Guards. Don't think that you can disregard His Majesty just because you've made some small achievements. You really are audacious. Chen Jingye said coldly. Ignorant fool, you're courting death. Chen Shengjie snorted as well. These princes had all suffered at Ling Han's hands before. Now that they finally had the chance, they naturally began to mock and ridicule him. Ling Han smiled slightly and said, I encountered the Demon Clan on the way here. In order to protect me, Captain Gu was unfortunately severely injured. I am very grateful. Damn, you're addicted. Gu Xiongming hurriedly endured the pain and said, It's not like that. This is clearly the case. He screamed in agony as he was kicked out of the main hall by Ling Han. Ling Han. Senior Grand Tutor Hong's beard and hair moved. This brat was too arrogant. Of course he dared to commit violence in front of him. Ling Han spread his hands and said, My lords, didn't you come to me to discuss the Demon Clan? In the face of the Demon Clan's threat, do you still need to care about such a small matter? Lord Hong, don't be so careless. Fuck. Hearing this, Gu Xiongming fainted from anger. Chapter 3394. You've already fucking started a fight in the meeting hall, and you say it so casually. Senior Tutor Hong was just about to speak when he saw the 7th prince stretch out his hand. Indeed, the threat of the demon race is imminent. Let's talk business first. Just as he was about to speak, the 7th Imperial Prince extended his hand and said, Indeed, the threat of the demonic beasts is imminent. Let's talk business first. In his eyes, Gu Xiongming was no different from an ant. So what if Ling Han had kicked and beaten him? Let's talk business first. In his eyes, people like Gu Xiongming were naturally no different from ants. So what if Ling Han kicked and beat him? With the invasion of the demonic beasts, he was not worth mentioning. In his eyes, Gu Xiongming was no different from an ant. So what if Ling Han had kicked and beaten him? In the face of the demon race's invasion, he was not worth mentioning. Seeing the 4 commanders and the 7th prince like this, Senior Tutor Hong felt like vomiting blood. How could this be? Ling Han, You've seen the threat of the demon race, the third prince said. He, too, was not in the mood to care about a puny imperial guard getting beaten up. What do you think we should do? Ling Han smiled. Of course, there's only one word. Fight. Fight. Senior Tutor Hong laughed coldly. Do you know how powerful the demon race is? Do you know how many casualties there will be if a war breaks out? Do you know how many innocent people will be sacrificed if our country is conquered? Ling Han looked disdainfully at Grand Tutor Hong and said, Then according to Lord Hong's meaning, if I'm stronger than you and I want to beat your son, you'll obediently hand over your son for me to beat? Why are you talking about me out of the blue? Senior Tutor Hong was stunned. It had to be said that what he wanted to express was the same as what Ling Han had asked him. Should one accept their fate just because they were weak? Come, Lord Hong, let's spar. After I beat you down, you must remember that when I tell you to go east, you cannot go west. Ling Han hooked his finger at Senior Tutor Hong. Senior Tutor Hong was so angry that his chest heaved. He waved his sleeves and sat down. I don't want to lower myself to your level. I don't dare. Ling Han smiled. I'm a blood transformation realm cultivator, and I'm not afraid of a fight. Lord Hong, you're too cowardly. No wonder you said those words. I know you're a coward, all right? You. Senior Tutor Hong stood up again. What was this? His eyes were spitting fire. Do you want to die? Although Ling Han was extremely monstrous, he was still a five-vein existence. He was not someone that Ling Han could contend with. All right. All right. Yongbai came out to smooth things over. We're all ministers of the palace, and we're facing a formidable enemy. Let's not cause internal strife. Lord Yang is indeed wise, Ling Han immediately said. Fuck, are you saying that I'm being unreasonable? Senior Grand Tutor Hong was going crazy again. This young man always had a way to provoke his anger. Ling Han, the demon race only wants you. But you're afraid of death. Are you willing to let the Empire's soldiers bleed and sacrifice their lives for your personal gain? Chen Jingye couldn't help interjecting. Actually, he did not have much of a say in this kind of situation, but how could he be willing to see Ling Han speak with assurance and composure and lead the way? Ling Han laughed heartily. Of course, humans are afraid of death. That's why we cultivate and make ourselves stronger so that we can control our own destiny. But in the face of some things, we have to do it even if we're afraid of death. 89th Highness, if the demon race succeeds this time, they will definitely think that our race is easy to bully. Next time they want you, I wonder if you'll be willing to step forward? Chen Jingye had just opened his mouth but was immediately interrupted by Ling Han. Even if you have this kind of awareness, what if the demon race wants someone else? Ling Han continued. Then we should let the demon race have whatever they want. Some things cannot be compromised from the start. Things like bottom lines and principles cannot be shaken once they've been decided. Also, why was our army established in the first place? Is it so that they won't be sacrificed? Then countless soldiers who died on the battlefield will have to go to the underworld with grievances. A warrior's duty is to protect their citizens. Stain the battlefield with blood, and die without regrets. Clap, clap, clap. General Vajra suddenly applauded. Well said, well said. When I lead the army, I look down on cowards the most. If they're afraid of fighting, bloodshed, and death, what kind of soldiers are they? The Shenyuan army is not afraid of a battle, General Shenyuan said lightly. The Eclipse Moon army is not afraid of a battle, General Eclipse Moon said calmly. The Heaven Traversing army is not afraid of a battle either. General Eclipse Moon was full of arrogance. The four marshals had all expressed that they were not afraid of a battle. Senior Tutor Hong was anxious. He had been on the run for so many days, and Ling Han had turned the tables with just a few words. Ahem. The third prince cleared his throat. Let me talk about the information I've gathered. It's about the demon army. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. The demon race has a total of 3 armies. They are the Mighty Tiger Army, the Blood Shark Army, and the Red Eagle Army. The third prince began to speak and analyzed. The commander of the Mighty Tiger Army is the biological father of Hu Sihai, who came to the imperial capital previously. His name is Hu Zhanping. According to the information I received, Hu Zhanping's cultivation is in the mystic-seeking realm. The Mighty Tiger Army is made up of 6 camps: tiger, wolf, lion, leopard, elephant, and goat. Each camp has 10,000 people. The leader of the camp is called the Deputy General, and his cultivation is in the enlightening realm. As for the soldiers of the camp, most of them are in the extreme bone realm. The captains are in the inscription realm, and the newly added soldiers are in the blood transformation realm. After listening to his introduction of the mighty tiger army, the entire meeting hall became silent. The fourth Grandmaster was previously full of confidence and was not afraid of a battle. But now, he had suffered a serious blow. With their cultivation, if they went to the demon race, they would not be able to become deputy generals, let alone generals. They would only be able to be squad leaders. And this was just one mighty tiger army. How to fight? Looking for death? The Blood Shark Army and the Red Eagle Army's strength is similar to the mighty tiger army. It's just that the Blood Shark Army is made up of aquatic demons, while the Red Eagle Army is made up of flying demons, the third prince continued. The entire place was silent. It would have been better if the demon race's strength had not been mentioned. Once he said it, it made people tremble. Just the mystic-seeking realm alone had 3 people. Sea, land, and air were all crushed. How could they fight? The most terrifying was the Air Force. They could throw attacks from the sky, and the people on the ground could not hit them at all. They could only defend passively. There was no chance of winning. Airships. The fact that Hidden Tiger City had been flattened by the beast tide was already a clear indication of the problem. Airships without much flexibility would probably crash if they encountered bird-type demons. It could be said that as long as the demon race launched an attack, the Empire's army would not be able to withstand a single blow. If the difference in strength was not large, they could still fight. But how could they fight in this situation? It was completely suicidal. No wonder the demon race dared to send an envoy to make Xianbei country submit. The difference in overall strength between the two sides was terrifying. We can't fight. The fourth prince shook his head. Then the fifth prince, the sixth prince, the seventh prince, and the others all shook their heads slowly. As long as one was not an idiot, they would know that starting a war would mean the destruction of the country. Chapter 3396. The seventh prince pondered and said, "If father can't come out in time, we will definitely lose this war. However, we cannot risk our lives to fight. Otherwise, the human race will really perish. Therefore, we need to preserve our strength." Ling Han was surprised. What did he mean by that? When the war starts, you will leave with me. I have already made some arrangements and can rise in this chaotic world. The seventh prince continued. You mean to become a deserter? Ling Han widened his eyes and looked at the seventh prince without saying a word. The seventh prince smiled. Those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. I don't want to see the people being plunged into misery and suffering, but if it is unavoidable, I cannot continue to fight even though I know I will die. Ling Han instantly understood. This seventh prince was ambitious and capable. However, he was not a benevolent emperor, but a ruthless one. A general's success was built on the bones of tens of thousands. He only cared about his own imperial ambitions. As for how many sacrifices he would have to make on this road, he didn't care at all. To work or cooperate with such a person, one had to be very careful. Who knew if one would suddenly be betrayed? In the seventh prince's eyes, people were arranged according to their value. If one had no value, one would be sacrificed or sacrificed for a greater value. At this moment, Ling Han decided to keep his distance from the seventh prince. Otherwise, he might really be tricked one day. I believe the situation won't deteriorate to such a degree, he said. Optimism is good, but blindly optimism can kill oneself. The seventh prince patted Ling Han's shoulder. Think about it. I still look forward to cooperating with you and working together for a great cause. Ling Han smiled. He didn't want to fall out with the seventh prince. It was just that it was impossible for him to cooperate with the seventh prince on a deeper level. He now felt that the seventh prince was more and more terrifying. If he got too close to him, he might be dragged down with him. Those who walk different paths could not work together. I will go back first. Think about it. The seventh prince turned and left. He had asked Ling Han to think twice. This meant that he still thought highly of Ling Han. Unfortunately, Ling Han had seen through his ruthless nature. Ling Han smiled and watched the seventh prince leave. Right now, he was under house arrest. Unrelated people couldn't come and see him. Even the optical computer couldn't connect to the internet. It could be said that he had completely lost contact with the outside world. Only important people like the seventh prince could enter this place. If I really want to break out, can you stop me? Ling Han shook his head. Days passed and the atmosphere in the capital grew tenser by the day. The deadline given by the demon race was getting closer and closer, but those important figures had yet to make a final decision, and the Saint Emperor was still in seclusion. If the demon race army pressed down on their borders, how were they going to resist? The more cowardly people were already preparing to move their families, but the world was so big, and they didn't know where to move to. Perhaps if they ran recklessly, they would bump into the demon clan. Everyone was in a state of panic. If the Heavenly Emperor didn't come out, everyone felt that they had no backbone and no confidence. Ling Han, on the other hand, was calm and composed. Every day, he would cultivate and study array formations and alchemy. His days were extremely fulfilling. Just like that, 8 days passed. The big shots held another meeting, but this time, Ling Han was not called over. It was said that only a few of the princes who were ranked highly insisted on going to war, while the military and the head of parliament were strongly against it. On the morning of the second day, they finally made a decision. Ling Han didn't know how the 4 marshals and the chief of staff were convinced. Perhaps the princes had used force. At least a few of them had reached the enlightening realm, so it wasn't difficult to convince the 4 marshals and the chief of staff. Since they had decided to go to war, they had to mobilize all of their forces to face the invasion of the demon race. Ling Han was also informed that he would be joining the army and leading the way. Ling Han didn't care about this. Although he didn't think he had done anything wrong, he was still the fuse of this war. It wasn't too much to be on the front lines. On the contrary, he was somewhat excited. He wanted to experience the power of the demon race. The profligates in the capital were also mobilized. Most of them were students of the Imperial Capital College, and some had already graduated. The demon race was too powerful. They needed the battle strength of the ultimate bone realm to fight against it, and they were the core strength. Most of them were pessimistic, but they also held on to a glimmer of hope. That was that their Saint Emperor would come out of seclusion and turn the situation around by himself. Otherwise, they would really be sending themselves to their deaths. So what if they could hold off the demon race for 10 days or a month? In the end, the sky would still fall. These noble soldiers gathered in the plaza. The 4 marshals would mobilize them and then head to the front lines. When Ling Han arrived, he immediately received many hateful glares. To most people, it was completely Ling Han's fault that they were standing here. Once they entered the battlefield, it was very likely that more than half of them wouldn't come back. Who wanted to die? Especially these profligates, who had lived a leisurely life in the capital. To them, war was something extremely distant. But now that they had to face it all at once, they didn't know what to do. Ling Han didn't say anything. Even if he told these people, even without his reason, the demon race would still launch an invasion. It was just that they might be a few days late. At 10 in the morning, everyone had arrived. Those who were late would be sentenced to death. This was a war, and there were no exceptions. No one could act like a big shot. The 4 marshals began to ramble, saying some words that made everyone's blood boil. On the battlefield, morale was very important. If morale was low, they might only be able to use 30% of their battle strength. But if morale was high, they might be able to perform better than normal. All right, let's go. After the 4 marshals had finished speaking, Yongbai stood up and waved his hand. Just as everyone was about to set off, they suddenly saw a black shadow in the sky. What's that? Someone with sharp eyes asked. Warship. Why is our warship in that position? Everyone was curious. This time, all the warships would be mobilized for the war. It was too unexpected for them to appear in that position. It's the demon race's warship. When the black shadow got closer, everyone could clearly see it and couldn't help but exclaim. The demon race had come. Why would they choose this time? If they didn't hand over Ling Han today, then war would follow. Could it be that the demon race was so confident that the human race would definitely bow their heads, so they had sent a warship to bring Ling Han back? How arrogant. The warship was huge, but it wasn't slow. It quickly arrived above the plaza, casting a huge shadow. This warship was about 600 meters long and 800 meters wide. It could be said to be a colossus. Such a large body couldn't even land on the plaza and could only hover. Swish! A giant eagle flew out from the warship and swiftly descended. Chapter 3397. A Beautiful Romance. In the sky, a giant eagle spread its wings. They were dozens of meters long and shockingly large. It fluttered its wings and descended rapidly, stopping about 10 meters above the square. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that there were more than a dozen people standing on the giant eagle's back. However, the eagle's body was too large, so standing on it was a small matter. They were all demons, both men and women. The demon race was really arrogant. Xianbei Nation was already mobilizing for battle, but they had come so openly. Were they trying to show off? Good. Let's make sure they won't be able to return. Everyone drew their weapons, their fighting spirit roused. Many of these spoiled brats bullied the weak and feared the strong. They would be afraid to fight on the battlefield, but now there were only a dozen opponents. What was there to be afraid of? There was only one word to say: fight. Who's in charge here? Someone from the demon race asked. It was a tall, slender elder. Apart from his somewhat long and pointed ears, there was almost no difference between him and a human. But as soon as he spoke, at least half of them sat down, no longer having the will to fight. It was too frightening. This aura was like a blood fiend Azura returning from a hellish battlefield. The remaining half were still standing, but that was all they could do. They couldn't even take a step forward. Xiao, xiao, xiao. The four marshals, Yang Bai, and Senior Tutor Hong leapt over at the same time, their faces flashing with fear. This elder was too powerful, far surpassing the engravement realm. I am the general of the Yu Dynasty's Crimson Eagle Army, Xueqi Luo. The elder spoke. His voice was like metal, full of destructive power. Crimson Eagle Army General. The four marshals' expressions changed. They had already learned from the third prince that the general of the Crimson Eagle Army was a secret-seeking expert. In other words, this Xueqi Luo was 2 whole realms higher than them. 2 big realms, not a small one. Not to mention them, even that heaven-suppressing monster, Hong Tianbu, could only lower his head in front of Xueqi Luo. Xueqi Luo swept his gaze over everyone, his face revealing a look of disdain. Weak, truly weak. So it's General Xue, one of the 3 great generals of the demon race. With a long laugh, the princes who were ranked highly also appeared. Even if they were facing a powerhouse from the secret realm, they were not afraid at all. That's more like it. Xueqi Luo swept his gaze across the princes, no longer looking down on them. Finally, the cultivation of the enlightening realm wasn't so weak that he couldn't even be bothered to look at them. And the 7th prince and the others, including Xueqi Luo, turned their heads to look behind them. Father, it seems like an incredible fellow has arrived. 6th baby whispered into Ling Han's ear. She had been sitting on Ling Han's shoulder, while the other milk babies were all in the spirit-nourishing gourd. Ling Han couldn't see it, but he had a vague feeling that some terrifying existence was rapidly approaching. It was a pity that he couldn't summon second baby now. With her pupil sorcery, she would definitely be able to see it clearly. However, after a short while, a green light appeared on the horizon. Very quickly, this light appeared on the square, and a middle-aged man appeared. This is actually a prince, one can tell just by looking at his clothing. His aura was vigorous, and his skin was actually emitting a kind of green color. It was as if he had contracted some kind of illness or cultivated some kind of strange technique. Big brother. The third prince called out one after another. This was Chen Fengyan's first son, Chen Xingyu. Ling Han couldn't help but look at Chen Xingyu. Since 6th baby said that this person was incredible, there must be something amazing about him. Oh, I understand. 6th baby nodded even though no one could see it. Ling Han lowered his voice and asked, "What did you see?" "Father, this fellow has the Azure Dipper Star constitution," 6th baby said. "Innate divine body?" Ling Han asked. He had already learned from the Gourd brothers that there were innate divine bodies in this world. They were born with incomparable talent in martial art, as well as all kinds of magical powers. For them, fighting against their own realms was as simple and natural as eating and drinking. 6th baby nodded and said seriously, "Yes, although it's not considered very terrifying among the innate divine bodies, it's still very powerful to be called an innate divine body." Azure Dipper Star constitution? While Ling Han and 6th baby were talking, Chen Xingyu also nodded at his younger brothers. He then looked at Xueqi Luo and said, "I didn't expect the demon race's supreme commander to visit personally. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." Xueqi Luo's eyes narrowed and he said, "Is this the first prince?" "That's right, I am." Chen Xingyu nodded majestically. From this point, he was very similar to Chen Fengyan. It was unknown whether it was because he was his first son, or if he was deliberately imitating him. Xueqi Luo completely withdrew his contempt and said, as expected of the Saint Emperor's bloodline, he's actually at the secret-seeking realm. What? The first prince had already entered the secret-seeking realm? Everyone was shocked. Even the third prince's expression changed. Although cultivation wasn't everything, Chen Xingyu was the only prince who had entered the secret-seeking realm. This naturally gave him a lot of points. The first prince smiled faintly and said, General Xue, what brings you here? Xueqi Luo looked at the first prince and took a deep breath. He said, I have come here on behalf of His Majesty. He paused, as if he found it difficult to speak. After a while he said, hand over the letter of surrender. Everyone choked, and their faces were filled with astonishment. Are you kidding me? Letter of surrender. Haha. The demon race had sent envoys to demand Xianbei country's surrender twice. Afterwards, they had brazenly threatened that if Xianbei country didn't hand over Ling Han, they would attack. So arrogant, why did they suddenly hand over a letter of surrender? Moreover, although the demon race's strength wasn't unbridled, as long as one's status was high enough, they would know how terrifying the demon race was. Not to mention an all-out attack, any one of the three armies would be enough to wipe out Xianbei country. The demon race had actually sent a general to hand over a letter of surrender, even though they had the upper hand in terms of strength? How could they believe it? Not even in a daydream would they be so unreliable. Oh, is that true? Although the first prince was also shocked, he quickly regained his composure. Xueqi Luo revealed a look of humiliation. He had come on behalf of the Yu dynasty to hand over a letter of surrender. This wasn't something to be proud of, so he wasn't in the mood to joke around. He said in a low voice, how could I joke about such a thing? Then it was true. Even if they were joking, they wouldn't do it in such a manner. Offering a letter of surrender in front of so many people. But the problem was that they had analyzed it before, and the demons had no reason to lower their heads at all. This left everyone scratching their heads in confusion. The first prince had the demeanor of his father, calm and collected. He immediately smiled and said, oh, since the Yu dynasty is willing to surrender, then Lord Yang, please come and preside over this. Although he was the first prince, Yang Bai was the one in charge. He couldn't overstep his boundaries. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.